There'd be no point of us looking below. We could be free. We could be free. Finally, we could be free. I've been through the darkest of caves and suffered on the steps of the emerald. Painted with passion, my favorite color. Open the life when the story gets old. We could be free. We could be free. Finally, we could be free. I ain't at home, home far gone. I close my eyes to see. I'll take my throne, lay it on a mountain, and make myself a king. Kick through the shackles, walk through the chains. There's no one to blame but you. I said, make myself a king.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Coca-Cola Zero League of Legends Champions Korea Summer 2016. My name is Reed Rapidbelt, and joined once again with Nicholas Ellis de Cesare, and we are back again for what is going to be our last day of broadcasting LCK this week. You guys just got done seeing a pretty dominant 2-0 for Samsung over Jin Air. And now we have our last series of the night between KT Rolster and the No Longer Rocks Tigers.
I like how you pointed out the No Longer Rocks Tigers. So the Tigers tonight, 2-2 in series. However, one of those series losses are at the hands of SK Telecom, so sort of excusable there. And we're going to see what they do tonight when they collide with the other Telecom, KT. And both of these teams not doing so bad or so hot, but Tigers definitely not looking like the monsters that they looked like last season, and the Tigers that we knew from Worlds last year.
That is very true. I only say the No Longer Rocks because technically they've dropped the Rocks tag, but it's still on all of their jerseys, and they still use the Rocks tag on their tournament realm accounts here. So I'm not sure if they are or aren't Rocks. I think technically they're not. So we'll just be calling them the Tigers tonight. But let's go ahead and talk about the teams coming out for you guys tonight. First of all, the Tigers, we talked about them kind of struggling. They're even in series, but if you guys remember the way that they started out last split, that is a hard act to follow. Also interesting to see Cry starting for them tonight with their reserve player being Kuro, so maybe a shifting of the guards here. It could also be the situation where they're just subbing in Cry for the first game and then maybe holding Kuro back a little bit, but Cry definitely brings a little bit of a different skill set to the table aside from Kuro.
Right, and I mean, it's also important to note that even though the Tigers are even in series, they are negative when it comes to win percentage overall. And that's mostly because of the 0-2 loss to SK Telecom. It's also important that KT and Tigers, I'm so sorry, have absolutely massive champion pools for both of the teams.
That is very true. They definitely play everything under the sun, specifically like Smeb. I can imagine when they're recruiting top laners, they're like, how do we get a top laner who can play all the champions we need? Well, Smeb basically plays everything. Let's talk about maybe some of our points for for the games tonight. The top team in two of the top teams in Korea, but now they're all the way in the middle. Definitely need to sort of draw themselves out of that. And I think another big point of contesting tonight will be between the top laners. I think they mentioned that there in those points that Smeb was a carry top laner, but now he's more of just a strictly tank player. And then someday is still that carry player, but he's wound up with a lot of deaths this season. So definitely need to rein those in. I think Smeb also with the second most deaths on his team also might need to rein that in a little bit.
Yeah, and we also saw Someday last week pull out the Yasuo pick, which was extremely underwhelming.
Boy.
He doesn't really fit into this meta, so the meta not really suited totally for either player's play style, so you can tell that they're definitely struggling with that up there in top lane, being an Echo Maokai and recently Swainfest basically occurring up there. But maybe some Fizz picks are going to be coming out today. We also saw Smeb play that once.
That is true. Fizz definitely picking up a lot in popularity internationally. But you also have some different trends for the top lane. Like in North America and Europe, Trundle top lane is much more prevalent. I think it's been mostly played support in Korea. But definitely a pick I expected to see maybe more with the QSS changes, so that now tanks... We've already seen a couple of games. Most notably last night we had that unkillable Maokai game that just never ever died. So you definitely need things like Trundle to deal with that. So maybe bait the opponents into a Maokai pick and pick up that. That's just one of the picks that I was looking for. It sort of fulfills the aggressive style of both of these top laners, but also allows you a lot of defensive capabilities too.
Right, and I think it's also important that soon we're going to be moving on to 6.11, so the meta is about to get a complete makeover in the top lane, where right now what's going on the ladder is there's a lot of Jax and Aurelia making their way back in, so a lot of AD champions coming into top, and that's also the Alawi buff patch, but we're about to jump into the picks and bans here, so let's see what they have today.
So this is still patch 6.10. This will be the last week for this patch, like LS just said, but still nothing changing here just yet. We will see what is banned out for both of these teams. Traditionally, KT, or the Tigers rather, are the team that ban the meta bans, so things like Azir and Ryze and Maokai, whereas KT are a little bit more flexible. So they've always banned out, or at least had a tendency to maybe ban out AD carries, and taking that Ashe away from Prey. Definitely a target ban to keep him from playing one of his most popular champions.
Yeah, and not unexpected, here comes the Nidalee ban. Almost 100%, well, she is 100% pick or ban, I think, right now
Same
in
thing
Korea.
with Ryze, which I would not be surprised to see banned out in the next pick. Pretty much Ryze, Azir, and Nidalee, you've got to take those out of the game. I think there was like one game where Nidalee was neither picked nor banned, but pretty much unanimously.
Yeah, and there's Ryze, as we were just talking about. So,
hey man, I don't even need a crystal ball for that. I'm going to predict an Azir ban coming up next. Although one thing that you used to do, I compare it a lot to the Hack-a-Shack strat that used to be run against the LA Lakers. If you know there's a champion your opponent should be able to play but can't, then you just let them have it and you don't ban it. That was Azir for Kuro, but he's not even playing. Cry is playing, and he actually has a little bit of a stronger Azir.
Yeah, Cry is the most played champion right now is actually Azir, so...
Big surprise.
Yeah, and there's
winning
the
games.
Sivir ban against Arrow, and we saw that come out, I think, by SKT against KT as well. They just kept target banning.
That is true. Yeah, we did see that ban in their series. The Sivir pick also enables big top lane tanks like Maokai. We've seen that combo a couple of times. You also pick Karma along with it and have tons of extra movement speed. Waiting on our last ban to come in here. It's actually a Varus versus Fly. I've seen Varus's absolutely crush teams in Korea this season, so no surprise there. Hovering over the Aurelia, maybe waiting for next patch to come out so we can start playing more aggressive champions, but someday most likely going to pick up this Azir. I can't imagine KT giving that away.
Yeah, and Azir first pick is definitely something that, you know, very safe, and not giving it to Cry is pretty good, but let's see how Tigers responds, and the Echo, so probably going to see a top lane Maokai be picked for someday, at some point in this draft. I would actually be surprised if anything else was picked.
Peanut, like the happiest guy in the entire world, is hovering over the saddest champion. We did see MVP pull out an AP Amumu the other day, beginning or end of last week, and that was a full AP Amumu. It was pretty good. I believe they did win that game in their series, but instead of going for that, going to secure the Lucian pick for Prey. No really big surprises there, although Lucian win rate kind of falling off a little bit lately, so it will be an Echo and Lucian locked in for the Tigers.
Yeah, and now KT hovering the Amumu, so there has to be some hidden message with the Amumu hover going on in Korea.
I want to see them flip between like Amumu, Trundle, Skarner, and give the good old Cloud Templar shout out. But looks like Fly might be thinking about a Jhin. Arrow does play Jhin. I believe he did not play it in their previous series, but I think he has played it this season. If I'm mistaken on that, then I'm sure somebody can correct me. But Jhin, a pick that we've seen almost picked several times, but I think it's only been picked up once or twice. Ezreal, much more popular.
The problem is here is unless KT has some sort of wonky picks that they want to go with, they should probably just use this opportunity to actually just pick up their AD carry and Maokai, since it's already probably known that that's going to be their top lane pick.
All right, you don't really see too many deviations from that. You can go Swain now. Swain, Maokai, Echo, pretty much the holy trinity of top lane tanks right about now. You can try to counter them out with something weird, but usually those gimmicks are best saved towards maybe mid lane. Hovering over maybe the Swain here. Cry does have a little bit to prove here. He's a very new player to the Rocks lineup, or to the Tigers lineup. I'm still interested to see how he's going to perform, since neither he nor Kuro have really had outstanding performances, as opposed to last season where Kuro was definitely one of the big names on his team.
Yeah, and with Azir being picked and Varus being banned, Cry's only champion that he's played, at least so far this split, has been Vladimir and Victor. And Victor versus Azir is one of the most common matchups in League, but it doesn't necessarily mean that we're going to see that today. And we see Karma being hovered and Rek'Sai, so that will be the jungler of choice for the Tigers.
Seen a lot of different mid and top combos that can kind of flex. Karma, of course, being flexed as a support champion now, so you don't know exactly where these teams are going to go with that. Sometimes what you see is the Karma Maokai combination, where you can just keep shielding Maokai over and over again, and he basically just never dies. So if that's what's happening here, then we would still be looking for a support champion. Otherwise, we could always see Echo be rotated into the mid lane, and then see that Karma towards the bottom. Now, Renekton, we've seen one game of Renekton already this season. It did not work out, fell behind too far early, and just was not aggressive enough. But for KT, I would expect to see this double tank locked in, Azir, or not Azir, Maokai and Braum.
Looks like we're going to see Maokai and Braum selected for KT. Now, I'm not totally sold on the Braum pick by Hachani here. Looks like he might even swap it up into a Nami.
He was also hovering Taric a little bit earlier on.
When you think of Hachani, you think of mostly tanky, durable support champions.
Wow.
You don't think of...
KT swap it over to a Shen. That is very interesting. So going to add some global pressure along with that. And on the other side, equally interesting, Cry is going to be picking up LeBlanc.
Yeah. And so they had a lot of flex opportunity, the Tigers going into the final pick there. And it seems like when the Nami gets picked, the problem is even though there is a Shen that is present on KT's lineup, you basically have 4 targets, depending on how Score is going to build his Elise, that could almost just be deleted from the game by LeBlanc. And so we're going to see how Cry can perform on LeBlanc, because LeBlanc is a champion that can be relatively hit or miss.
Right, when Faker first started playing LeBlanc, which is, kind of around the time period she first started being super, super popular, one of the strategies that he and other mid laners would do is just focus squishy supports. And so when Hachani changed from that Braum pick to a Nami, you can really see how that played into the Tigers' decision-making, saying, all right, we now have multiple targets we can just blow apart. And there's a couple of different ways you can play mid lane. We've seen Victor be picked into Azir a lot of times to just sort of farm the lane out, but LeBlanc is way more aggressive, and I like to see that from Cry.
Yeah, and LeBlanc is definitely one of the champions that can go head-to-head with Azir. So we'll see how this match turns out.
I'm just excited to watch this head-to-head matchup. We've got KT, a team that at the beginning of the season, almost every coach in LCK said was going to be super strong, and then the Tigers, who came into the season with a lot of practice time, looking super strong as well. See the starting lineups for both teams up there on your screen as they load into the game. Hope you guys are ready. Game number 1 between KT and the Tigers coming up next. A lot of hashtag big fans in the audience. If you guys are here live at the Spo TV studios in the Nexon Arena in Gangnam, Seoul, South Korea, make sure to come down, say hi, check out these teams in person. Being a part of the fan experience is so rewarding. Like, casting the games is fun, but seeing these crazy fans just so enthusiastic and excited just, breathes new life into what is already an exciting matchup here. KT starting off on the blue side with the Rocks. No longer Rocks Tigers. That's going to get me every single time.
Yeah.
The definitely not Rocks Tigers. If they win Worlds, that can be their skins. Just the definitely not Rocks team.
Yeah.
But they're on the red side, and how are we going to see things started out here? We're going to see lane swaps. The Shen pick is something that we really haven't seen teams have to play around in a while.
Yeah, and it looks like we're going to see the lane swap being initiated by the Tigers here. And I definitely think that their ability to raise towers is definitely going to be superior to KT's. But we're going to see what the first dragon is probably coming up in just a few moments here. And then that'll affect how the lane swaps can actually go and what can be problematic for both teams. But yeah.
No you.
No you? Okay. Well, with the Karma pick, the ability to bully Shen is very present. He's not going to have a very nice time handling Karma's mantras and enhanced Q ability powers onto him.
LS, back in my day, we used to pick Shens into 1v2s because he used to be an incredibly strong champion. But that was back when you used to have a ranged Q that you could throw out to just get little CS while you were shoved to your turret. Because it used to be you would play a champion into a 1v2, but now, we've got a little bit of action here. Hachani going in for some attempted aggression. Might actually have a little bit of a rough time here. Arrow, Hachani both putting on a lot of pressure, but wow, Smeb cutting him off. Actually a little bit dangerous. Gorilla, only level 1, so no tether. A lot of support action starting this game out.
Right, and I just want to point out the roam from Gorilla is fantastic. They knew that Someday was shoved out of the top lane because Shen cannot handle the beating from Karma early on. And so now Shen is forced to walk to the bottom side of the map, but KT is already compromised because Hachani was not durable enough to sustain against that invade that he attempted. And so Ezreal was forced to come and help him out, use that heal, and that slowed down their push, and Hachani lost summoners. So KT, 3 minutes into the game, already pretty behind.
Well, I mean, hashtag things Hachani does. Like, it's no surprise to see Hachani dying at level 1. He almost, I can't even count the number of times he gives up first blood. If you remember last week, we had him walk into the enemy red buff, steal it away, and then die immediately afterwards. So he's definitely all about these crazy level 1s, but didn't die that time, did lose both summoners. A little bit of a weak spot there that won't really be too exacerbated given these teams' non-interactive early turret takedowns.
Yeah, and we can see by Prey's mana cost that he didn't use Light Slinger a lot, so the tower living a little bit longer than it needed to. Definitely more minions going down. They probably want all of them to die. That seems to be the case as Smeb has stopped auto-attacking. And this is just something you want to do to deny experience and gold from the enemy team in the event that those minions would live after a stockpile of waves.
So no real advantages, at least as far as numbers are concerned. Gorilla making that rotation down through the mid lane. Will be spotted out by Score, but oh no, walks right into the Elise. Score with a lot of damage down. Some extra move speed from that Mantra shield, but coming over the wall with the Sand Soldier. Shifting sands to force out Gorilla's flash.
Yeah. And Nami was in position to go for a bubble, but Gorilla with that 6th Sense just took a left turn, and it was not the wrong turn, so this is going to be like one of those bad movies.
Where they take a wrong turn at the most inopportune of times and have wacky shenanigan adventures.
Looks like Prey senses this, so some Star Sense going on here.
He's like, am I allowed to hit this creep wave? He's getting, I don't know if this is necessarily greediness, but he's just overextending, and here comes Gorilla. Gorilla could actually be the target here. Where's that cocoon? Score! Hits it! Arrow off to the side, lands that Q with a big shield there. Gorilla somehow alive. Double teleports coming down to the bottom lane. The Tigers have the angle. They're going in on to score Smeb in the back line, but Hachani's going to be the first one to fall. It's Prey with the first blood for the Tigers. Peanut off to the side. A flash double knockup. The red buff with a slow, and it's 2 kills for the Tigers to start off game 1.
Yeah, they tried to mess with the Ginyu Force there, and that just did not
Peanut's
work out.
still going. Oh, the follow flash. That was a little bit weird, but a flash in. Double chains. Cry to grab a 3rd one.
And everything is going right now for the Tigers here, and basically they could use this time to actually capture Dragon. However, it is Air Dragon, so they're not actually rewarded for their tremendous plays that they just made. And 6 minutes into the game, and KT almost summonerless on the champions that need to have the summoners relative to how the game is opened up right now.
Right. Hachani is going to get his back soonest because he had to use them fastest. Let's take a look at how this fight started with a pick on the Gorilla.
Yeah, and so they go for the cocoon. Ezreal wasn't there yet to just accept for the arcane shot, but the double teleport, not respecting it. Remember, Hachani doesn't have summoners, and now KT is trying to make it out, but the gap close from Smeb is just too great, and Peanut going to come in with a flank behind. I guess they cut us off there, but just KT really underestimated the Karma Shield and the heal from Lucian, and
the double
Tigers
TP too. Someday didn't even channel his at all. Of course, not level 6 at that point, so he really couldn't, get that Stand United to get there, which really would have turned that around. Good to see the Tigers capitalizing so aggressively before Shen can hit that level 6 and join the fight that way.
Right.
Really good coordination. I guess that's kind of always been the Tigers' MO. They're sort of the team that plays together, stays together.
Okay, well, he was just spotted by that ward right there. And it's important to note right now that the Tigers have this perfect dream setup right now where they have a standardized bot lane where Prey is tremendously far ahead of Arrow, and he also even has Cull. So the advantages that he's have are just going to get enhanced by that Cull when it finally does get completed. And then Smeb has the extended top lane in his favor where he's able to freeze it.
I think they're pointing out there that Peanut's running 1% crit runes. I'm not sure exactly what that stat was, but I think that's in the right place for it. Kind of interesting. For when you go in for that one gank and just blow the guy up, he's like, how did you do that?
Yep. And now they're handing off the blue to Cry here, and I wouldn't be surprised if they use this opportunity to shove Fly out of the lane and then use that to try to take the dragon in synergence with the bot lane shoving.
Synergence.
Yeah. In the English language, if you actually combine prefixes or suffixes and a native English speaker understands it, it is actually considered a word.
Principles of Communication 101.
Yeah.
Lessons here with Professor LS. This is why I really came here, not to learn Korean, but to learn the highest form of the English language being taught to us here today. If your parents are getting on you for staying up late and watching LCK, just tell them it's educational.
Yeah, it is.
That's what we attempt to provide you guys, both education and an excuse to stay up late and watch League of Legends. So we got you guys covered. Mid lane, though, a lot of action. Fly and Cry, and now Peanut in the mid lane. Fly having to use that ult defensively to stop the onslaught as Cry went in there and took him down below half HP.
And we're going to see now, it looks like Peanut's going to be taking his red buff here, and Fly has his blue buff, and looks like he wants to stay in the lane a little bit longer. Now, there's already a CS lead also amassed in the mid lane, in addition to the fact that Cry has 1 kill and 1 assist. So the goal difference actually has to be tremendous, and that's not something that you want, because LeBlanc really just wakes up really quick, whereas Azir needs to get to those items before he really becomes useful.
All right, Cry well on his way to his first completed item, but he made a pit stop for a Dark Seal, which will help his potions. I actually thought he went Corrupting Potion to get that synergy, but no, he actually just picked up the Dark Seal for its snowball potential. He's already got 3 stacks on it, so starting to get that a little bit scary. It would not be surprised to see the Medjais a little bit later on. LeBlanc, one of the first quintessential snowball champions. You start the LeBlanc train rolling, and it just does not stop. So we'll see what Cry picks up when he goes back to base. Smeb and Peanut, though, are starting off an uncontested Herald.
Yeah, and they're probably just going to be able to pick up that Herald. Now, I'm not too familiar with how Shen versus Echo duels do go around the 20-30 minute mark, but I can't see Shen having too fun of a time with that, especially now that the Herald buff is going to be on Smeb. He's managing to stay ahead in CS right now, and Smeb is in an unfavorable position, but doesn't look like KT is able to actually do anything yet. And the problem is in bot lane, it's really difficult to actually pull off Shen ultimates to make something happen without Elise also being present. So it's not very good spot for KT to be in right now.
And you can see Someday using his ability to dodge 100% of auto attacks to try to keep that Z-Drive Resonance passive off of himself, but just not effective enough. Holy cow, Arrow. So spells deal damage, shouldn't walk into them. That's my advice. Of course he knows that, but oh, going back in there. Chain does latch, but just not allowed to stay in great positioning there by Score to limit the aggressive potential for Cry.
Yeah, and if there is any opportunity to just sneak a dragon using 2 players, it would be right now. Peanut and Gorilla probably could just shred that dragon.
That Cloud Drake.
I mean, there's no reason not
Sneak
to.
it right out from under their noses, like, ha! You guys want this, but we are actually going to get this. That's like when you rob a bank and you find out that you've robbed nothing but Monopoly money.
Yeah.
Like, yes, you did rob the bank, you stole something from them, but it's Monopoly money. So unless that's the game you're playing, it is not going to be super useful. Tigers will take down this first objective. It will empower their Elder Dragon later on to make that more effective.
And I think that was a Mountain Drake.
It was.
That will be the next.
Good,
so they finally
catch.
will get rewarded.
So yeah, eventually their time will come. Make dragons great again. Oh, the chain does latch, but it's Ochani there. Cry's playing this 2v1 lane. Always someone there to assist Fly.
Yep. Fly probably wishes that was a Soraka right about now, but it's not.
Hey, Nami can heal too, right?
Yeah.
Not necessarily on the same level, but it's there. And now Gorilla's bit is like, aha, the 2v2. As Cry rather rotates towards the bottom lane, is scouted out on a ward. It's good that he recognized that, didn't try to overcommit into a crazy situation. Wolf Spirit getting a little bit of extra scouting in. Peanut attempts to join Smeb.
All right, and it looks like now that they've rotated their bottom lane to mid lane, and this is something I've talked about for a really long time that we haven't seen teams actually do enough, is the forgotten lane swap where the bot lane will go mid and the mid laner will go bottom. And traditionally, this is actually something that you do see if Twisted Fate is the mid laner, primarily because of his ultimate Destiny Gate. But in this case, it's going to be extremely effective, primarily because LeBlanc does have teleport, so she can get into fights when necessary, and it's going to set Azir even further behind.
So Cry pretty much wasted his last minute and a half by standing still in the bottom lane and not getting any kills. Recalled back to base without even killing minions. Has been off the map for a while. There's a bubble. Who gets the 1 HP Smite Gorilla? Gets himself some cooldown reduction. That was pretty clutch. We saw a 1 HP steal yesterday in our KT versus, or our Longzhu versus CJ series. And now today, back at it again, Miss Smites.
Yeah, this play by Cry right now to shove the lane isn't necessary. I think locking it behind Gromp would have been a lot better, because if that's the case, then KT's bot lane has nowhere to go except to go play with Azir, and Fly is like, hey, I don't want you guys here, I'm losing XP, I'm losing gold, and everyone's just forced to share on KT. So Tigers had the ability to basically force KT into a 2-lane game, while Tigers still have resources coming in from the 3rd lane, but they chose not to, and they shove it back into KT, and it's just not a play that's very good.
Well, I think what Cry is trying to do is put the lane in a dangerous position where he can wait and then assassinate Arrow whenever he comes to farm those lanes. It's traditionally something that Arrow does very commonly, kind of the double lift strat where you just find a side lane and sit in it and farm. He's still waiting on stacking up his tier, doesn't have the Iceborne Gauntlet yet. And because Arrow is building that armor item, he's not going to have any magic resistance for a while. So Cry, sensing the weakness, the weak gazelle in the pack, is waiting to pounce on this bottom lane.
And Tigers just in a dominating position. Look at this, 15 minutes, and there is almost a 6k gold lead in addition to the Cloud Drake. So that's not really an advantage, but it is something to note. Everything going right. I don't know what KT is going to do during the first team fight because Cry is monstrous right now, and he's just going to have his way with whatever target he actually chooses to try to blow up.
Yeah, 5,000 gold lead here at 15 minutes. The Tigers actually have the highest gold difference at 15 minutes of any team in LCK at over 1,000, I believe. It's pretty impressive stat when you think about how even their season has been. They've won 2, lost 2. I think that was the stat that I remember recording previously, but I'm kind of confused with what Cry is doing right now. He's been in this bottom lane for a very long time. He's gotten a bunch of CS, but he has not been able to snowball from his first kill.
Right, but at this point, he doesn't need to do anything because he's still getting further ahead than Azir. And all they really need to do is keep posturing until the next dragon comes up, because immediately after that dragon, regardless of if a fight breaks out between KT and Tigers, there's going to be a forced fight in mid immediately following.
All right, well, Cry going in does put a big burst down onto Arrow. If he did a chain, Arrow might have just exploded. But no chain to land. Arrow a little bit the worse for wears. He is still going to be farming this out. You can see so much support here. I feel like Score and Hachani are just, the moral encouragement squad. They're just like, oh, you're having a bad lane. Let me come to your lane and help you out. So they're both down there with Arrow. They've been rotating through mid lane to help Fly out versus Cry. Cry kind of the one-man band at this point. What else is Rox doing? Oh, man. Okay, this Inferno Drake is the next one to come up.
I'm so sorry.
Not a Mountain Drake.
Well, that's even actually better for Tigers because that is going to help LeBlanc big time.
Such a terrible analyst, LS. You said it was a Mountain Drake.
Yeah, I only caught I saw the orange glimmer, and I just thought it was Mountain.
Okay, well, here comes Cry down towards the bottom lane. Once again, waiting for Arrow to overextend. I wonder how much the communication for KT is just like, okay, Arrow, you want to farm the bottom lane, but it's the danger zone. You gotta get out of there. And Arrow respecting that. He's standing very far back at his turret. In the meantime, Prey totally willing to go deep underneath that turret and harass Fly, who's being put behind on what is one of the strongest meta picks right now.
Yeah, and it is important to note that KT does have 2 scaling champions inside of the Ezreal and the Azir, but the problem is they're so far behind right now, they're going to need a lot longer than normal to scale up.
Cry, unlucky with the scout out on a ward. Arrow might still, holy cow, Cry! All he needs is one chain, but he's just putting on the pressure, pushing the AD carry back, and setting Tigers up for this dragon.
And you can see their Prey's not really needed to do anything here. KT just can't do anything. And this off-meta pick inside of the Shen, when you combine it with the other picks, it's sort of like, why are you taking it? Now, I understand that he has a lot of synergy with Azir, but the problem is you can't really do anything with that outside of Azir and outside of the later stages of the game. And yes, that can sometimes be a very good way to play the game, but for the most part, you had 3 losing lanes.
Interesting to see Score smite away this blue buff. Granted, Peanut was coming in for the steal, but Fly just on the wrong side of the map to be able to catch that buff timing, which would definitely help him out as he continues to not necessarily struggle, but he has not been snowballing by any means. These Cullings actually dealing a lot of damage. I'm always impressed when Culling does damage, because it seems like it's always like a tank body blocking it and actually just does nothing. But he's putting down the damage in the mid lane, continuing to poke this in for the Tigers. Whoa! Cry getting a little cheeky, trying for the red buff steal or a kill, but neither one of them happening. A little bit of a taunt as Smeb goes in, or Someday goes in on the Smeb. Actually does not matter at all. Smeb losing the trade a little bit, but continuing this push into the mid lane.
And Arrow probably not feeling very happy. He's supposed to be the one poking, but Gorilla showing that, his poke hurts a little bit more, and the AoE is definitely larger. So getting out damaged by the support when it comes to the poke game, probably not a very happy feeling to be on. And Ezreal is still on his tier.
Has not transformed that yet. We're cresting the 20-minute mark. This is when guys like Prey is setting up to have his Black Cleaver completed. You've got Cry working on the makings of either Zhonya's or Luden's Echo, something along those lines. Could also be Deathcap if he wants to go super, super hardcore AP. We saw that one crazy fight that went Rock's way early on, but then since then, not a whole lot happening. KT, big push, rotate up to the top lane. Smeb's in a little bit of a rough spot. He's gonna dash and then try to maybe ult back away. Nope, he just flashes to Gorilla.
It's really questionable to me why KT is making this sort of a rotation, because you have to understand that if you go for a play like this, you're going to lose mid lane, you're going to lose bottom lane, and something we've always talked about in these casts is top towers are generally, for the most part, pawns that are just used as a gold resource and nothing much beyond that, whereas bot lane is extremely vital because of how much it plays a part in dragons.
I know as a top laner, sometimes in solo queue, you're just like, oh man, I gotta protect my lane. I gotta keep my top lane turret up. And top lane turret just really serves very little purpose later on in the game, as opposed to second tier turrets or just bottom lane turrets that are a lot more difficult to take. Cry now unspotted out by a ward, waiting in the wings. Oh man, Arrow, Arrow knows. It's like, if I were a LeBlanc trying to kill me, where would I be?
Yep. Now, it looks like Prey is Monolith, but that doesn't seem to be a problem. Definitely going to be able to just hold that mid lane turret. And Cry is going to cry after he sees the replay of this game.
He's literally standing on wards the entire time.
He has stood on so many wards.
This reminds me a lot of when, I'm trying to remember who it was, was it Jin Air versus KT? Because I remember Peanut had this one game where he was just standing on top of wards the entire time. I think it might have been the series versus SKT, where Bengi came back and he just warded Peanut the entire game, and he really just could not get any ganks off. Because Peanut's a carry jungler. Like, he is one of the big sources of damage on Rock. I think he has the second most kills on the team. Second or third most, because Cry is split games with Kuro. So total kills for one player, Peanut's number 2. And he's on Rek'Sai. He does have that one early kill, but interesting to see him putting that, putting on his carry pants in the CS department.
Now, interestingly enough, talking about carries and whatnot, is we'll hold that thought.
Cry didn't use his ult there, so just going with one sigil. Still has damage potential. Meanwhile, Smeb continuing the push, takes down this top lane turret for the second time in a row.
And that's actually pretty big. That Azir turret actually gives a lot of gold.
Yeah, it's like it's 100 gold split between everyone around it, right?
Yeah, everyone around it. So 100 gold for that's basically an assist. So pretty big there, actually. That's something that you don't want to occur. You generally just want your Azir turret to die. Now, KT, generally, when you think of a scaling team, you think of, okay, the enemy team, the clock is on them. They have to do something until we reach our critical mass, and then, the onus is on them to somehow find an answer to our team composition. But the problem is because of how squishy their team is, and even though Elise is itemizing some magic resistance and some more tankiness and durability, it doesn't really matter because LeBlanc is almost going to be dealing true damage to 4 people on your team, and Lucian is going to be almost dealing true damage to 4 targets on your team.
Yeah, pretty crazy to see these big item power spikes. Now, Arrow did complete his Mana Moon, but it's not a Muramana just yet, so his power spike is still a little ways off. In the meantime, the Tigers hitting some crazy numbers. You've got Iceborne Gauntlet completed for Smeb, and he's just working on tons of MR. Let's go up against a very magic damage focused team. I don't know, it's going to be difficult to kill Smeb and Peanut, who both have tons of magic resistance, and then Cry and Prey are just stacked on damage. Let's push up the mid lane, but Fly won't be able to clear the way.
All right, and all that we see here is they just seem to be posturing until the next dragon comes up. And it looks like the Tigers has no problem just continuing to play a very slow and methodical game. Will they'll close out the game.
Who's going to get the red buff? It looks like it is taken away by Peanut. A lot of respect given there to Cry, putting out a lot of damage. Gorilla almost died though, so have to play a little bit more carefully as Tigers start up this dragon. KT not going for the contest.
I'm a little more questionable why the Tigers didn't just take that opportunity to go on to Azir or score there. And even if they go summoners for summoners, that's still going to be much more beneficial to the Tigers. Not quite sure what happened, but it doesn't matter. They're going to get the dragon. So these will be the 3 dragons of the game, so no water dragons will spawn this game. Not that that would really matter because their true, purpose in being effective has all but passed as the 25-minute mark approaches. So Tigers in a phenomenal position, and now Baron, they're going to be knocking on the door for that relatively soon.
A much better series of dragons here for the Tigers. If you guys watched the series before this, Samsung actually got 3 air drakes in a row, so a little bit unlucky for them on some of their dragons. I think they had like 6 or 7 air drakes over the course of that best of 3. No, it was like 5 or 6 air drakes, so it does not have to be this good, but it is for the Tigers, and they will continue their push up this mid lane. I feel like this turret has died from nothing but minion damage, as they have been spending so much time shoving waves into it over and over again, but you can see Smeb, good job clearing out some of this ward coverage, but still trying to find an opportunity to go between the turrets, just zoning for this turret to be taken. That is the 4th outer turret going down for the Tigers.
Yeah, and the Tigers now crawling ahead. They're almost at a 7K gold lead here as we approach the 26-minute mark. And generally, when you talk about gold leads and just being a few thousand up or something, that's not the end of the world for a scaling team. But again, we talked about how their scaling is almost irrelevant here. And it's not the same type of scaling you would normally think of where you just eventually hit this point in the game where you are stronger than the enemy team. In this scenario, that's not the case.
Oh man, might be seeing a big flank coming in here from Smeb. Did channel that teleport to get in there, but he won't find a catch. KT back off in a good direction. Someday still with his ult up. Nice try, Smeb, for the catch on score, but it's not going to work either. There's a Sun Disc here in the mid lane. Looks more like a Sun Hyper Trapezoid, but it's not going to last for very much longer. And you see Gorilla and Peanut waiting for yet another flank. KT staying safe, but it's kind of impressive to me that the Tigers were able to secure this much of a gold lead, 7,000, with only 1 real team fight and only 3 kills coming from it. So they have definitely been making the most out of this map economically. Still looking for kills, though, to really turn this fight in their favor.
Yeah, and all that you see them really doing here is they're just continuing to posture and look for basically a weakness in KT's armor so that Cry can successfully get off some sort of deletion on one of the champions. Someday, pushing this tower, actually, this is a little impressive by KT that they were able to get the lane up this far and actually get some tower damage down. But I'm not totally sold on their ability to come back into this game just yet. I still feel like that once we see the Baron fight take place in just a few moments here, or the next upcoming dragon, I think that's really going to just dictate what happens for the rest of the game until one of the Nexuses fall.
Which could be a while. Kind of ironic, Rox, I believe, have the 2nd fastest game time of any team in LCK, or at least that was true last week. Haven't checked that stat for this week, but Cry definitely had the potential to snowball out of control early on. KT played very, very carefully, kept him from ever assassinating Arrow after, of course, that first team fight. Actually actually really impressed with the way that the Tigers, or the way that KT sort of stemmed the tide of blood from their first fight. No Vladimir here, but they still stemmed it.
Yep. And now we see pings going down onto Baron, but those pings are coming from KT. So I'm wondering if they're thinking about going for a Baron sneak. That would actually be disastrous because that's the type of thing that the Tigers actually wants them to do, is just so they can really force a team fight. And we see a Guardian Angel complete the third item, by the way, on Smed. So they're really gearing up for that team fight.
He's actually just never going to die. Who got that blue buff? I think it was Peanut. Did smite it away. So he will have that on his person, or on his Void Beast, on his Queen of Azursai.
Definitely would have preferred to have that on either Gorilla or Smeb here, though. Especially because that percentage AP increase, whoever the blue buff is active on. So Peanut definitely not making any use of it.
Oh man, Someday with a perfect catch onto Cry. How did he get there? Cry, a little bit of a rough spot. Score's actually the one taking most of the damage. Trying to disengage there. Cry relatively low. Tether will not latch. Red buff does get taken by Praise, so the Tigers will have that buff on their AD carry. No one dying.
Important to note there, though, that Score did use his flash. And that was almost a dream scenario for KT there, and we just saw that they can't really do anything, even in dream scenarios.
When the enemy AP carry walks straight into your tank and gets taunted for 1.5 seconds, like, you should probably be able to capitalize on that, but not able to there. And KT don't lose their jungler. Score did have to flash, but that does also limit their options. No more flash cocoons, no more crazy flank attempts by flashing over walls for cocoons or anything crazy like that.
Oh, Tigers not rewarded for their impressive gameplay thus far, as the Gods of Summoners Rift awards them with another Air Drake. So a little unlucky there.
Eventually, LS, we will cast a game where there's like 3 Inferno Drakes for a team, and they actually just kill everything.
Yeah.
We've already seen 3 Mountain Drakes, but now, culling. Chani pinched a little bit, but nice zone from that cocoon and flies Sand Soldier. So where are we at right now? We're 30 minutes in, LS, and there's a big advantage for the Tigers, but they can't seem to pick a fight with KT that they can win.
Yeah, I don't know how they're going to win a fight. And we're starting to approach that point where KT does hit their general scaling timing, but it just doesn't matter. The damage from Lucian is too much, and the damage from LeBlanc is still too much. So even though the Tigers has a team composition that they do have some scaling champions, it doesn't really matter that their scaling is technically weaker than KT's, because their damage is just too much relative to how KT is forced to itemize and how the Tigers itemize.
Right. If this game gets to 55, 60 minutes, then sure, things are going to even out. But right now, the Tigers in a very, very strong place. That place is the Baron Pit, and it's getting started. It's going to get a zoom out as we can see KT file in. Where's the smite? It's good for Peanut. The Tigers get the Baron. But now, can they win this fight here? Somebody's still looking for his big taunt there. Will taunt up Peanut as he dashes over the wall. And nice wall of Sand Soldiers will prevent the rest of rocks from funneling into this pit there. A lot of damage to be put out, but Score that falls down. And now KT probably going to just take their losses and back away. Cry still sort of marauding the side of this retreat, looking for any aggression he could find, but KT escaped with only 1 casualty.
Right, and it's impressive to actually see that the Tigers are not immediately recalling. They're taking this time to make sure that KT cannot control any of the waves, and they're using this opportunity to keep KT wrapped up in top lane so that Cry can actually push down a mid tower. But it seems like Fly has come over, and he will successfully defend that tower from going down. And now Cry looking for the recall. He does have teleport, though, so keep that in mind. Score still flashless. A lot of summoners actually down on KT.
Oh, thinking about the dive. A stun does land on the Someday, but he's able to dash away. The Tigers take down their 6th and final outer turret of the game.
And this recall here means the completion of Scimitar for Prey. So a lot of damage coming in from him.
He is absolutely stacked. He's Flame Horizon to Arrow at this point. He's 120 CS ahead absolutely ridiculous game here by Prey. Got one of the first kills and then picked up another one there on to score. And he's at 4.5 items, 5 if you want to count boots. It's absolutely ridiculous. It's 5 items versus 3 items, or 4 items if you want to count boots again. So you can't even compare the AD carries. Mid lane also started to get ridiculous with that Void Staff completed by Cry. With all that MR from KT, just not going to matter as much anymore.
Right, and it looks like the Tigers just going to get this mid lane turret for free. Not really anything that KT can do about this, because if they try to start a fight, I just don't know what to say. That's literally like a cat trying to fight a tiger, and nothing's going to happen there.
Exactly, like the KT playing karaoke. It's like they're singing Bon Jovi's Living on a Prayer right now. Will their prayers be answered? Because this is one of the last fights. Smev actually drops low before the fight. Does some great Sand Soldier damage, and Rocks are on the run. But can KT chase far enough? Peanut finally gets his tunnel up, but he is still Cocoon. He will still be a little bit behind Smev. Can they stop him? They do. He's going to go down in that Guardian Angel. KT on a great chase here. Prey might be able to turn things back around. He's got a ton of damage. Look at these Sand Soldiers poking forward. Rocks still very, very low. Can they escape? The flash taunt lands from Sunday. Gorilla will be able to flash out of it. Can the Tigers turn this one around? A full Shen Shield channel, but Fly's gonna go down. Arrow the next to fall. It's a double kill for Prey. He's going off. It's a triple kill. Is this the penta? He's getting the quadra kill. Is that a penta kill? No.
Report Peanut.
Stolen by Peanut. Prey with an almost penta. Can we have a new stat for essential pentas?
Do you know what I think Smeb was trying to do there? I think he was trying to get the recall off and Echo Ultimate back into the fight. Off the Baron enhance. That would have been absolutely insane. But if that fight that just happened right there doesn't go down as one of the most exciting fights in League's history, I would be really surprised, because that was really beautiful to watch.
Prey, highest damage for his team. Prey does almost 30% of his team's damage. You saw it right there. A quadra kill to end the game in a 9-1 victory for the Tigers over KT.
Yeah, and that was just a complete decimation of our game one. And honestly, if Tigers play like that again, I don't think KT is going to be able to do anything coming into game two.
This is the Tigers we expected to see coming into the season.
Right.
They look great. They're on top of objectives. Prey is just going off. Prey had double the damage of anyone on KT that game. So let's just put it in perspective. He was a monster. Completely deserved that pentakill. Peanut is gonna, I don't know, have a stern talking to in the dressing room in between these games, but that is going to do it for our first series of the night. KT dropping game one to a now newly revitalized Rocks Tigers. Stick around, guys, you do not want to miss game number 2. We'll have that and a whole lot more coming up when we return after this.
여기 진짜 예쁘다. 벚꽃 축제. 바로 가는 거야 이제. 가자. 갤럭시 S7 엣지 S7.
잘 봐, 네 안에 뜨겁게 불타는 열정. 볼케이노 핫하지, 뮤직이네 핫하지, 국내 볼케이노. 냉소하게 국내 볼케이노.
정복이 제일 쉬웠어요.
넌 나에게 모욕감을 주었어. 어딨니? 불가능이 어딨니? 여기 있네. 이제 당신이 영웅이 될 차례. 도네이션즈.
뚝 떨어지는 체인지업을 그대로 받아쳐가지고 감전 밖으로 확 넘겨버렸잖아.
아, 언제요?
어제 레전드 야구선에서
전설은 계속된다. 스크린 야구의 레전드 야구전.
그 회사 공채는 토익 900m로 낮춰준대. 망했어 진짜.
사람인에 따르면 인사팀장님 어디 계세요?
아닙니다. 저 친구도 700대인걸요.
사람인에 따르면
900점 안 되는 사람.
아니랍니다.
공채 기준 도맨원.
자꾸 먹고 싶어.
맛있어 죽게 만들 셈이야.
하바네로와 청양고추가 더해진 매운맛의 몬스터 BHC 맵스터.
매운맛 좀 보시지 말입니다.
난 요새 수염 있는 남자가 멋있더라.
안녕.
기타 잘 치는 남자 멋있더라.
어깨 넓은 남자가 멋있더라.
근데 난 얼굴 작은 남자가 제일 좋더라.
난 오늘 나에게 바카스를 사줬습니다. 남자는 자신감을 지. 나를 아끼자. 바카스.
가질 수가 있는 파워 내가 품어왔던 믿음 포기할 수 없는 It's my challenge Fear 내게 소용없는 fail 상관없어 난 누가 뭐래도 It's my challenge 저기 앞에 있는 거대하게 서 있는 두려움들은 아직 알지 못한 지배해야만 하는 내 모습 Keep fighting, keep fighting, keep fighting, keep fighting Keep fighting, keep fighting, keep fighting, keep fighting, keep fighting Real 내 손 안에 있는 파워 지킬 수가 있는 믿음 내가 만들어갈 It's my challenge 어제 너를 지워버려 지금 여기 저기 앞에 있는 거대하게 서 있는 두려움들은 아직 알지 못한 지배해야만 하는 내 모습 Keep fighting, keep fighting, keep fighting, keep fighting Keep fighting, keep fighting, keep fighting, keep fighting, keep fighting
야 이렇게 하는데 보였어? 안녕하세요. 롤 잘하고 싶은 여자, LCK 완전 정복을 꿈꾸는 여자, 빠바바 지인입니다. 그리고 제 뒤에서 자고 있는 사람은 언니. 저희 롤 잘하는 언니인데요. 뭐 신경 안 쓰셔도 됩니다. LCK 한 주간의 경기에서 가장 눈에 띈 챔피언을 제가 고르고 골라서 LCK 경기를 보면서 알아볼 건데요. 이름하여 두구두구두구두구두구두구두구 위클리 L이 아니고 주간 챔피언. 지난주 LCK에서 원딜 뱅킹률 2위를 차지한 케이틀린. 알지 나 잘하는 거 알지. KT의 에로, ESC의 로컨, 락스의 프레이 선수 등등 많은 선수분들에게 사랑을 받고 있는데요. 도대체 왜 이번 시즌 케이틀린이 갑자기 뜨게 되었을까요? 모르겠죠. 케이틀린은 중반이 약하다는 평가를 원래 받았었는데요. 이제는 아닙니다. NO! 프리시즌 패치를 통해서 덫의 개수가 늘어나 배치 상황에서 좋아졌고 스킬에 헤드샷 판정이 붙어서 그 후반에 가장 좋은 원딜 중 하나로 불리고 있대요. 에로우 선수의 플레이를 보면서 조금 더 자세히 알아볼게요. 와, 저런 식으로도 할 수 있는 거구나. 대박. 타워의 사각지대에 덫을 깔아놓는 게 포인트. 이렇게 하는 거네. 역시 케이틀린 날 실망시키지 않아. 언니, 이거 케이틀린 상대하기 힘든 보짜 있잖아. 그거 뭐야? 나 그거 알려줘. 여보세요?
네, 여보세요?
누구세요?
네, 그 캡틴제 강형우입니다.
네, 안녕하세요. 저 지인이에요. 저 아시죠?
네, 그럼요.
네, 반갑습니다.
사실 뭐 힘든 라인전은 크게 없어요. 초반부터는요. 대신에 갱킹을 조심해야 된다고 해야 될까요? 상대가 갱홍이 좋은 조합이면 그걸 좀 최대한 조심해서 라인전을 풀어가시는 게 좋아요.
그 아이템 있잖아요. 아이템.
네.
그거 어떻게 쓰는 게 좋아요?
처음에는 무한의 대검 먼저 올리시고
이거 잠깐 적을게요. 잠깐만요.
네, 루난의 허리케인, 그 다음에 고속연사포, 최후의 속삭이 뭐 이런 식으로 쭉 올리시면 돼요.
제가 뭐 평소 하던 그대로네요.
네네, 그렇죠.
네네. 캡찍 화이팅!
주간 챔피언도 화이팅! 지은씨도 예뻐요. 지은씨도 예뻐요.
지인씨도 예뻐요. 화이팅 이런 거. 그럼 팁도 전수 받았으니까 이번 주는 케이틀린과 함께 열심히 플레이해보겠습니다. 기대해주세요. 그럼 전 이만 게임하러 가보도록 하겠습니다. 다음 주에 만나요. 주간 챔피언 많이 사랑해주세요. 안녕! 티모도 안녕!
With all of my brothers, I always wondered how far we could go. If we could break through the ceiling above us, there'd be no point of us looking below. We could be free. We could be free. Finally, we could be free. I've been through the darkest of caves and suffered on the steps of the emerald road. Painted with passion, my favorite color. Open the life when the story gets old. We could be free. We could be free. Finally, we could be free. I ain't at home, home's where I go. I close my eyes to see. I'll take my throne, lay it on a mountain, and make myself a king. Kick through the shackles, walk through the chains. There's no one to blame but you. I said, make myself a king.
Watching the crystals turn to ice, mercury slowly falling.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. The Coke Zero League of Legends Champions Korea Summer 2016. And what a game by the Tigers. Looked completely coordinated, on the same page, and check this damage. 22,666 from Prey.
Yeah, and Cry's damage not as high as I was expecting it to be, but definitely an impressive performance nonetheless. And this just looks like a really clean game. Tigers just decimated all across the board in terms of objective control, CSing, controlling the lanes, vision, everything. And Prey, absolutely fantastic. And just look at the gold advantage all across the game.
Yeah, it just never at any point did KT have an advantage. And it all stemmed from that early fight that the Rocks Tigers picked, where they went 3-0, got pretty much every lane ahead, and just never really felt too many speed bumps in the road on their highway to I was trying to make a song reference, but all the
Highway to Heaven?
all the highways go to bad places, like Highway to the Danger Zone, Highway to Hell. Like none of these places I really want to go. Yeah, there needs to be but that's a stairway to heaven. It's not a highway.
Highway to Hell?
No.
Stairway? I don't even know.
I don't want to go there. They weren't going there. Tigers looked great in game one, which is kind of a stark contrast to their previous series versus SKT. Both of these teams.
And it all started here, by the way.
Exactly. This double teleport, Tigers were just like, all right, punch that go button.
And what was Someday doing here? There was even a perfect ward for him to teleport onto, but I don't know. We didn't get to see that. This was fantastic, by the way, by
the
Peanut.
double chains, the
Right.
pick. It looks like Cry's about to get picked here, but they turn it back around.
And the Solaris Locket from Peanut there, definitely coming into play. And this was basically the end, when they secure Baron and then they take a fight onto KT. KT can't really do anything, and that just led to the manipulation of 3 waves. This team fight is beautiful, by the way. Watching this all unfold from when they were retreating from the Tier 3 bottom turret.
Absolutely immaculate. I'd love to see Jat do one of his team fight breakdown videos on just that fight.
Yeah.
The positioning is incredible, and I don't think it's a big mystery who our Sonokong IB MVP for that game was. 6-0-2, almost 90% kill participation. Prey, so close to that penta.
Yep, so close for poor Peanut.
And yet so far. But he does get the MVP. That'll be 100 more MVP points for him. And you can definitely tell, very well deserved. And it's not even like that was a Protect the Lucian composition. His team just did all the damage, and he was Janitor Prey there for cleanup duty.
Yeah, he was absolutely fantastic for the entire game. So there he is on your screen. And we're getting ready to jump into game number 2. And if Tigers plays like that again, like I was saying before, I don't know what KT can actually do. But we're going to have to see what the team compositions are like.
Right, and this is the KT who lost 0-2 in their telecom war. And now they came off a 2-1 performance versus Longzhou. Like, this is not a team that is performing up to the standards that everybody thought coming back from Worlds. Teams like SKT actually put it a little bit of a disadvantage because they were gone at MSI. They had tons of games to play there. And so they kind of got the first week of LCK off to prepare. But teams like KT, teams like the Tigers, they weren't gone. They had time to sit here in Korea and practice. And okay, here's the sub coming in as Kuro steps into the booth for Cry. A little bit interesting. I felt like Cry played great that game.
I felt like Cry did Cry did good. He didn't do as good as he could have, given his advantage and his team's advantages, and that's what I was just talking about in the damage chart there. What does Kuro do that Cry doesn't? They have almost identical champion pools except for Aurelion Sol, but
he plays Swain.
Get out.
And Aurelion Sol, yeah, like you mentioned. So some awesome possibilities for the Tigers. They're up 1 game. They may have a game to pick some interesting team comps. In fact, in their previous game versus SKT, they were hard set on playing the double heal comp with Vlad and Swain. They played it both games.
Don't remind me.
In a row, lost both of them pretty badly, but that was versus SKT. KT, a very different story. First ban is the Sivir, and I don't think we should see the ban phase change all that much. Identical so far. taking away that Sivir from Arrow.
Peanut, I don't know if he's rubbing his hand or his belly. He might be hungry for
man,
some more kills.
He was helping the rest of his team get fed there at the end. So.
Yeah, he was. And a Varus ban coming out again. So Sivir and Varus being banned individually.
Interesting. A Zilean ban versus Fly. Fly did play Zilean in the third game of their series versus Long Zhu. So he did bring that out and actually wound up winning with that. But it's interesting to see that as a target ban versus Fly.
Right. And, you know, usually when target bans come out in Game 2 or Game 3 of series, it's more so just that they don't want to have to deal with a potential outlet that a team could have as a Hail Mary attempt at trying to win a game.
Right, and Kindred with the last ban, if that hadn't been banned, then it would have been a first pick Azir maybe for the Tigers, but Kuro doesn't really play Azir, so they're forced to get that the Echo for Smeb and give the Azir over to Fly.
Right, and Echo first pick, and the Azir being highlighted right now by KT. Now, Fly's Azir was not very impressive. Now, again, he was really behind, mostly because LeBlanc got that early kill and that early assist early on, and there was just a lot of stuff that was not going well for KT, so not all the blame on him, but still, I didn't feel like he was doing anything with that Azir last game, so
they might still change that. Prior to this series, Fly had only ever played Azir once, so it's not like he's Faker and he's playing Azir absolutely every game. So still a consistent pick, probably one of the top two, easily the top mid lane champion to pick. But do you want to pick this early on? You know that Kuro is probably not going to go for that one.
They look
but
so
seems solid.
indecisive.
Right. Changing that very late, and it looks like it will be Azir and Rek'Sai. The last two picks locked in for KT.
You saw when that Rek'Sai was highlighted as the final pick, Piglet, or Peanut, sorry, not Piglet. Piglet mouthed something. It looks like the Graves. So this is a matchup that Piglet, or Peanut, I am so sorry. Why do I keep saying Piglet? I don't know. Peanut keeps having to play. He played this also last week against SKT.
And it did not go well. Peanut, to be fair, had a great game, but the rest of his team did not. And one of those things was Bengi following him around, warding him out. The Ashe pick, absolutely huge here for Prey. We've been seeing crazy amounts of Ashe being played, and Prey is a master at it. So played earlier on today by Ruler on Samsung. If you want to watch some more Ashe games, go back and check that out. He's a great Ashe player. Prey at the same time. So, but now it's Fly's chance. Does he want to pick this LeBlanc right now? If
well, the Azir is already picked, so that would probably be a
Azir
top
would
lane.
have to go somewhere else. We've seen top lane LeBlanc.
Yeah.
Seen top lane AD LeBlanc.
That happened in China, I believe, about a year ago.
It was super crazy. We've also had like Nautilus mid lane and Maokai mid, all kinds of craziness. But a lock-in on Jhin for Arrow. I don't think Arrow has actually played Jhin.
No, he's played him twice.
Okay, so he has actually been bringing out the Jhin.
It's his most played alongside.
Oh, that's right. We mentioned
Caitlyn.
that yesterday, or we mentioned that in game one, and I just forgot it. But yeah, so the Jhin coming back for Arrow.
Now, what's interesting to me is you pick Jhin, which is a relatively immobile AD champion, against an Ashe.
Oh, Prey. Prey.
Oh, please don't.
Thinking about it. Okay.
Okay.
All right, a much more meta pick, but he's still swapping around, man. Prey has not decided.
The
what
Taric is
champion
locked
for
in,
Kuro.
by the way.
Yes.
So, okay, and he does lock in the Victor. So Taric and Victor rounds out the draft from the Tigers, and a very cookie-cutter team composition.
Now, Hachani picking for Someday at this point, unless we see like a crazy Rek'Sai topper or something along those lines, but probably picking a top laner here to go versus Sneb. Swain available, Maokai available, both great choices. Also, a Fizz was selected there for a second. Someday is the guy who tried out the top lane Yasuo previously. It did not work.
This is definitely not a team comp that you would want to pick Yasuo into.
Or Renekton. Tom Kench? Chani's just kind of going all over the place.
They look so indecisive, and the looks on all of their faces when the camera's panning over them, they just don't look very enthusiastic about anything. And it looks like Maokai will be the pick that they will choose to round this out with. So a Jhin to round out the curtain call at the very end, and protect the Azir comp coming out for KT.
Interesting dual lane here for the Tigers, and I'm not sure how much Gorilla is picking a champion for himself and picking that Taric away from Hachani. Hachani, week 1, put up 2 MVP performances on that Taric in a row, so you have to limit that, but is that worth taking it away? How does Taric Ashe do, LS?
Well, Taric Ashe versus Jin Braum, it mostly, whoever gets the first hit generally has a lot of control, whether if it's the volley of arrows coming out from Ashe, or if Taric can manage to land a stun. Likewise, Hachani and Arrow with the Jin Braum combo, if they can land the Braum hit onto Ashe mostly, it can get pretty ugly, especially because of Jin's crit. But I think that the advantage goes to Ashe and Taric in this matchup just because of, you know, more forgiving.
We'll see how forgiving it is. We'll see if KT can bounce back from a Game 1 loss. The Tigers certainly looking very, very dominant coming into this series. Definitely came out with a very strong performance in Game 1. Prey on one of his trademark champions, but Arrow on one of his as well, which means that coming into this game, and this could be our last game of the series, we've got the Tigers versus KT Rolster coming up next. Lots of emboldened fans after the first game, and I don't blame them. If I saw Rox playing like this, I'm getting flashbacks to Worlds, to last season of LCK. These are the old Rox Tigers, and it's good to see them back. But also, speaking of being back, Kuro back in the mid lane. We'll see how that changes the way that they play. Cry looked like he just fit like a puzzle piece right into the way Rox are used to playing. You know, walking forward, just no fear. He's just going forward. He's got Smeb and Kuro right behind him. No slow from that Time Winder, but Rox just pushing KT out of the jungle.
That could have actually been bad, but had they landed that Time Winder, they probably could have chased Someday actually back into his base, in which case he would be really late to whatever lane or double jungle he would want to be going for. As we can see, he's walking out with the minions right now.
So it won't be too late, but not out on the map for any assistance here. Might take a detour to help out Score on his way to top lane. But this is going to be a lane swap scenario. We're going to see Prey and Gorilla start on the top half of the map on the blue side for the Tigers. And for KT, they're going to be swapping things down towards the bottom lane. And it's interesting to see Smeb knowingly going into a lane swapper. I guess he doesn't know just yet, but walking forward, see if he can clear this way before he has to fight against enemy champions.
Yep, and it is at that ping, that moment, that KT knows that they done goofed. As now Maokai is probably, we're going to see the same story as game number 1. Now the roles are reversed because the Tigers are now blue side, so there is some differences.
Smeb almost got an entire wave to himself while KT were doing the Grom. So that's actually a big win for him. He gets almost an entire wave of experience. Now he gets to rotate up towards the mid lane, and I thought he was actually going to double jungle there for a second. He still might, yeah. He's going to help out on this Raptor.
Oh, and Gorilla actually going to chase Someday.
Oh no, Gorilla! The bait has been sprung, and a try for the stun, but it's dodged out there, perfectly played, and KT are not going to flash for it.
That was a little bit bizarre by Gorilla there. I'm not quite sure what he was doing.
Could they have? Score had red buff. So, oh no, Smeb actually going in for the level 2 gank on to Fly. Hachani is here, and they won't go for the dive. Turning it back around there. Smeb forced the flash and a summoner heal. Used by Kuro. Great roam from Hachani.
Some uncharacteristic mechanical mistakes coming out by the Tigers so far.
I guess they just didn't see Hachani in time?
Well, the problem is now is because of the chunk that both Gorilla and Smeb just took just now, they do have, I think, the lead on the tower shred, but I'm actually not exactly sure who wins out in speed because of Jin's crit proc. I assume that Tigers actually will have a faster raise of the top lane tower, but KT should actually be able to respond with Drake here, which is going to help them tremendously, given that they have the Azir and the Maokai.
turrets will fall at around the same time. Looks like Rocks will take theirs just a little bit ahead of KT. KT having prioritized clearing the wave just a little bit, but turrets will go down essentially simultaneously. The rotate for the Dragon is something that we've seen teams consistently miss that opportunity. So it'll be interesting to see whether or not KT want to decide to take the turret and then rotate, but they are a little slow.
Yeah, they're too slow on this, and it's unfortunate that this is going to be the case, because now what's going to happen is the Tigers gain a tremendous advantage from how the lanes are going to be forced to play out now.
Right, they already have their dual lane, already bottom lane. If they'd been a little bit slower, the Tigers might have been actually able to rotate in time to defend that turret, which is a testament to how quickly they were able to take down the top turret, get their dual lane bottom, and now they will be in position to defend this Dragon. Peanut right there on time.
Yep. And this is actually awful right now for KT, depending on how Prey and Gorilla are going to play this out. I don't think that Someday actually was supposed to get off such a free recall. It doesn't matter, he walked really far back anyway, so it's almost the same end result. And Smeb just shoving this in. It would be really impressive to see Smeb recall here and actually walk to Dragon and then go into a 4-man push on the bottom turret. And the reasoning for that is because it would be extremely difficult for KT to respond, and it would also capture them, the Dragon.
Well, it looks like that's exactly what the Tigers are doing. Smeb swapping along with his duo lane down to the bottom half of the map. Prey only level 4, so no ults coming out for anyone. Hachani off of that level 1 roam towards mid is only level 2 here, so a little bit low there. We saw Mad Life have the same difficulties from CJ in our first game of the week. So definitely some strengths.
Well, he's not doing the exact rotational play that I called for. So this is a little bit bizarre because this is pretty easy Dragon timing because you know that Score is going to be playing West-centric now, so he's going to be clearing his Wraiths and his Golems, and Arrow and Hachani would not really have had contestion power against the early game skirmishing when you have a Taric and an Echo on your team.
Now, super interesting to me, we used to see AD carries stay in lane for an extended period of time, recall, and buy their first big item, which was a DF sword. Now we see the opposite of that. Instead of going for that big damage spike, both AD carries recall and buy swiftness boots. So what's up with that, LS? Why the chain? Okay, we can't talk about it just yet. Smeb's in a little bit of a rough spot. He's only level 4. He does not have his flash, so no flash, but Z-Drive Resonance is a pretty good ability. And it's going to run away just barely in time. The flash forward from Score. And they're going to find one. Can they find this kill onto Peanut? They knock him away, but over the wall there, can they find the damage? Prey Seeker won't be enough to find the kill, but Fly walks right into the burst. A nice level 6 there from Kuro, and a lot of damage to Fly with just enough mana to escape with the shifting sands over the wall.
Stuff not really working out for the Tigers this game as it did last game, so KT off to a much stronger start. And I'm not quite sure why Score didn't immediately beeline down to Dragon. Instead, it looked like he's just going to capture his Golems, and that'll probably be a recall timing for him so that he can complete his jungle item after his red. And just basically, this is probably just going to go into a very stalemate game.
Oh, Arrow. Nice one on that. Hachani walking forward to block any damage that would have come out and stealing away those Krugs. This is, at least for that fight, it was an AP Maokai. It was a Doran's Ring into Dark Seal and Corrupting Potion. So Someday did a lot of damage there in that one kill. But like I was talking about earlier, so this is not as good a start for the Rocks Tigers. They started out last game with 3 kills. Now they're the ones giving up kills, and see how KT can use that.
Yep. And now all that they want to do, they really need their bottom lane to get to 6 because the ultimates on Ashe and Taric are extremely vital to how they can play out the mid-game, because their mid-game picks are extremely reliant on Prey's ability to land those Ashe arrows.
Prey with that ability, very, very skilled at doing that, but I believe his first Ashe game that we saw him play in week 1 versus Ever did not go well. So we're going to forget about all of that and remember the Prey of old, because that's the Tigers that are showing up, or at least that showed up in game number 1. But that was with Cry, swapping in Kuro. He's relatively unremarkable so far, doesn't really have any advantages, disadvantages. He's in a good place. But the duo lane, like you said, does need to hit that level 6. Prey is now level 6. The Gorilla still waiting on that. Johnny only just now hitting level 4, so we'll have some extra time there.
And it looks like they're going to be recalling now. It's also really important to note that Prey actually has the call. So the call will grant a power spike. It's going to basically negate the first blood gold that would, be on KT's team.
Now, Peanut does have red buff. Score will tunnel away here. Dragon is started, but a nice Ash Arrow from Prey and a long-range stun from Gorilla. The Tigers find a great opportunity to force this fight. Arrow channels his ult in the Chaos Storm, but I don't think that's actually going to do anything. It misses most of the shots, and Gorilla with a nice block. Rocks find a big pick, but no kills.
Tigers trying to be extremely explosive like we saw in Game 1, and that's generally what they do. And we were just talking about that during the break, that when they go off, they go off. And it's almost like they're just going all in, but it's not really all in, because if they could have made a pick there, they would get Dragon. So you see this, the Ash Arrow comes in, hits Score.
And a Taric stun, so beautifully layered, but not enough damage.
Right, and they canceled Echo's teleport, so that is the correct play there. So nice to see that happen.
Even if they hadn't canceled it, you can always just hit that R button back up the top lane.
That is true.
So either way, so Smeb is down his teleport. That means Someday does have that TP advantage, is the only global transportation spell in the game other than Void Rush for Score. So KT definitely have some possibilities for global plays. See if they can capitalize on that, like the Tigers capitalize on those double teleports early on in Game 1. Peanut waiting, just throwing some smoke bombs. Don't you know, Peanut, there are laws about smoking within 2 yards of buildings.
And it's important to note that even though both teams are relatively even on scaling, it's important to remember that the Tigers are reliant on Prey's arrow. Because without that arrow, it's very, very, very difficult to start a team fight against KT's team composition.
On the other side, KT are reliant on Arrow's arrow, or their arrow.
Their bullets?
No, they don't have two teams anymore.
Oh.
Yeah.
Well, unfortunate for them. And you see or what is the name of that ability? Ash's Hawkshot?
Yeah, Hawkshot and then Enchanted
Crystal Arrow.
Yeah.
Hawkshot, just checking out on all the jungle timers. Now, that's something that a lot of Ashe players do, and that caused some problems for junglers, giving away all their timers and just seeing where they are in the jungle.
Well, that's why we have the new map updates, so you don't even need to play Ashe to get all the jungle timers.
That's true.
Okay, Curtain Call coming down once again. Very ineffective. Gorilla tanks the entire thing and takes like 200 damage from it all. So completely ineffective, but Score on a flank here. A teleport coming down behind this turret. Prey and Gorilla could be in a lot of trouble. An immediate arrow there onto Arrow, but a nice Taric stun could save their lives. Prey gets popped immediately, fly on their trip to the bottom lane. Kuro, though, down here as well, has a lot of damage from his Chaos Storm, but he might just come down and die there as well. Peanut, what are you doing down here? He's gonna find one kill, and can he and Smeb clean up this fight? They're gonna find one. They find a second. Smeb flashing over. Can he find any chase? A little bit of slow from the Time Winder. And turnaround stun there with that captive audience. Score waiting in the brush. Peanut and Smeb saved that fight because it was going terribly for Rocks.
Yeah, that was going really bad just there. I wonder if Peanut could have actually conserved his flash and let Smeb clean it up and then use Echo's ultimate to get back in. But during this team fight, we just saw that the Ash Arrow went off too early. The person that was tanking the tower was not stunned by it, not that it would have mattered too much. And KT just doing everything right, but then the teleport coming in from Smeb and then Peanut arriving to save the day really just changed the tides of the battle. But still, KT comes out pretty far ahead in that.
Peanut's like the moon, because he can change the tides.
Isn't that Diana?
Well, goddess of the moon, moon itself. This game will end if it gets too close to Summoner Shift. But oh man, now here KT looking for a gank up top lane. Wolf Spirit reveals.
Oh,
and
wow.
Someday, though, he's going to face check into 3 champions. Slow coming in from Asher. He's going to try to turn this one back around. He has the follow-up as Arrow comes top lane. The Tigers get baited by a great fight for KT. They'll find one kill. Looking for a second one. That one's going to go to Score, and no kill onto Prey, but a 2-0 fight for KT.
And that is catastrophic. They're looking to take 2 towers here. Kuro arrives just in time. He does have that Victor laser really effective at clearing those waves, so nothing's going to come from it. I think that they could have
Ping's on
actually...
the Rift Herald, so...
They are going for Herald, but they could have actually pushed Ash further back and then denied Kuro's ability to come in and laser the wave in order to capture that tower, but they chose not to. They are going to capture a Herald, which is going to be extremely potent. Hopefully someday walks down so he can pick this up. I would not like to see it go on to score.
Okay, he is coming down. Smeb is actually right there. Can he come in and get the steal? Okay, no, it is taken away by Score. Smeb does ult away. He's actually stunned there. Dodging away here from the curtain call. Gets slowed out by a present, but Arrow will cancel that. Smeb getting a little bit crazy in there.
Yeah.
But yeah, that is a Rift Herald buff for Someday. That's his trip to late game right there. He is in a great spot in the 1v1 matchup, and I don't know if Rox can find a way back into this. They 3-man gank Someday. He walks into them and doesn't die.
Yeah, and that was just really, really unfortunate for them. I mean, gold-wise, they're not completely out of this. It seems that they're only about 1.5 to 1.7k gold down, which isn't the end of the world, but it's like nothing's really going right for them right now. And in terms of map control and vision control, you can just look at the minimap yourself. KT is dominating everything. And with the next dragon coming up, I don't know what elemental dragon it is this time.
It's a mystery. You know, why would you just want to spoil the storyline, LS? Why, can't you like wait for the surprise? This is like everybody that like releases spoilers on the internet. It's like, oh my goodness, you can watch the first 4 episodes of Game of Thrones this season. I'm like, dude, just have patience. Wait for the dragon. What would you do with more information in League of Legends? You'd spoil all the surprises.
Probably.
Yeah, see, this is what makes League of Legends such a great spectator sport. You don't know what dragon's coming next. You gotta wait to see.
Oh, ping goes down on a dragon. Maybe that'll trigger.
That must mean it's a good one.
That probably means it's a good one. Otherwise, they would not ping it.
I mean that
in before it's Air Drake.
A better one. They're all good, but some dragons are better than others. Just gotta look at it the right way. So Someday crushing Smeb right now. Smeb just has nothing to say about that matchup. The Rift Herald putting in work there, and Someday just doing Someday things. But now rotation up to the top lane. Score and Fly both there. They are pinged out.
Is Tigers are so stuck up in the top lane that they're losing all sorts of vision control on the part of the map that is most important, because that dragon is coming up. And Kuro not really impressing me so far this game, by the way, because every time we come into mid lane, I'm like, oh yeah, they have a Victor. And
I think Score might have... No, Score did not get the Smite Seal. So Peanut does have that Razor Sharp buff from the Raptors. And Dragon up at 8 seconds.
They're in perfect position to take this, and KT will be the one that will struggle to get the vision control. That Ash Hawk Shot is going to help a lot.
Oh, but Peanut walks in and is going to die here. No, it's actually blocked out. There's Smeb in the front line. Big arrow there and a lot of damage from Peanut in the back line. But can Kuro turn this back around? Look at that Chaos Storm. Absolutely huge, but isn't enough damage. The Tigers will get out alive. And so will Hachani, who somehow manages... This is not the Hachani I expected. I'm used to the level 1 all-in die to give up first blood Hachani, but he has been surviving remarkably well in these team fights. Same thing for some days.
Seems like the Tigers have won themselves the dragon. And by the way, I know I was just giving Kuro some flack a moment ago, and this is a very important dragon. That's why they pinged it.
Okay, yeah, it is an Inferno Drake. It is back up. A teleport info from Someday. This could actually turn things. A great initiation there by Score. Trying to turn around Hachani very, very low, but he somehow still stays alive. Fly low as well. The parallel convergence means that Smeb might be wanting to go forward, but he's snared up there by Someday. A lot of damage there. Kuro flashes forward, but he misses the laser kills on both Fly and Hachani. Now the dragon dealing damage. Kuro caught. The stuns come back, and Kuro turns it around. It's the Rox Tigers fighting with no health, but somehow finding kills. The laser gonna hit. The Time Winder doesn't get the kill. Smeb with a flash over the wall. It's a double kill for Someday though, and the sniper dodging away. Prey though. Hey Prey, man, how's it going? Having some struggles out here. Someday just wants to hang out, man. Why can't you just be friends? We could be free. That's what the theme song says, but not for much longer. Prey Sama, no! He's gonna fall at the end. Arrow gets the kill.
That was some really impressive team fighting, honestly, by both teams.
Rocks, like, do they fight with health bars anymore? It's just like they got so low. And
I
just
mean,
did
here
not
we
die.
go. So they're on the dragon, but Victor. Well, this is the mid fight actually. Victor missing that laser right there to secure the kills, and then Kuro gets tied up. Stuns coming out from Gorilla, really nice. They pick up the kill. But it doesn't really matter because their HP bar is too low to really handle Someday, and then he's just a complete monster in this team fight.
So close. Like that fight easily could have gone either way. Kuro trying to make the big play, but the laser immediately flashed away from by Fly. Oh my gosh,
Burno Drake still up.
Right. I want to see alternate universe League of Legends where we get to see that team fight play out a few different ways, because that was so fun to watch Rock's team fight just consistently over this entire series. Now Rocks will get this Inferno Drake uncontested, so even though they
that's
lose
really
that
big.
fight,
That is really, really big.
they get the dragon. So,
and by the way, I just want to point out that Kuro's gravity field leading up to that dragon, that was a black hole, man. That caught everything.
yeah, absolutely insane. The just zoning from Kuro, really great. Maybe needs to work on the lasers a little bit more, but it just goes to show you, if you guys have ever like had major setbacks and somebody comes up to you and is like, well, you know, when one door closes, another opens. You just want to punch them in the face with those platitudes. Sometimes defeats can turn out to be victories. The Rocks Tigers, they lose that fight, but then they come back and get the dragon. So that's the little things, or the big things, like the dragon going over to Rocks. They pressure this bottom outer turret. Hachani walking forward. Here comes a big Terror Goal. No one will be taking damage, and Hachani does fall under turret. Maybe not the most impactful Terror Goal, but that Cosmic Radiance does help them secure the kill on both the champion
Now,
and the turret.
KT, it does seem like they're going to be... Oh, never mind, Smeb coming in with the teleport.
Just kidding. Top lane turret will stay alive.
Not going to get that. However, he
now.
might get the blue buff depending on how Smeb
Be a
and
nice
Kuro
steal.
react.
Oh my god, Score just busted him. He walked up and just sat Peanut down. My jungle. Now Someday coming in with Smeb, who actually got the blue buff. I believe Someday did actually get the blue.
Someday did get the blue buff.
Big spiel now. All right, it's my turn now. Peanut versus Score. Kuro is here. Score's just trying for the 1v2 almost because he knows Kuro's rotating. Who's going to get the Raptor? It's mowed away by Peanut.
So Score did get the red buff, but Peanut got the wraith buff, so Score comes out ahead there.
Someday is locked down. Another great gravity field, but just absolutely no damage. Some nice stuns in here from Gorilla. Someday dropping actually pretty low, but the first casualty of the fight is going to be Gorilla. Someday once again trying to escape there. He's knit, but he's not going down just yet. Prey needs to die. Okay, wow. Thought Arrow's going to pick up the kill with Curtain Call, but nope. Once again, very low health bars out there on Summoner's Rift, but no casualties other than Gorilla.
This is an extremely scrappy game right now where they are just constantly brawling.
If this game were an animated character, he would be Scooby-Doo's little brother. Or cousin. I forget what Scrappy's relation is.
I don't know what it is either.
Some producer got drunk and he's like, what if we just annoyed every Scooby-Doo fan ever? And the writers are just like, but no, we have a good show. And they're like, no. Check this pitch out. An annoying dog that does annoying things and has no purpose in the show. That's my Scrappy-Doo rant.
All right.
Also, if you guys ever watched the live-action movies, that's where Scrappy-Doo finally gets his own. I felt so good watching those. Terrible movies, by the way. But if you just want revenge on that little guy for ruining your favorite kids' crime show, then those are the movies to watch. Back
By
to
the way,
Summoner's Rift.
I'm really curious about Arrow's Jin build here. It does look like he's going to go for Infinity Edge next, but the Yumu is first.
Oh my gosh, trying for the unbreakable block on the Arrow. You're going to see a big 2.5 second stun there on from Smeb, and Hachani just gets BTFO. That is not a good place to be.
And it looks like Smeb wants to duel with Arrow. Arrow does manage to make it out of there, activating that Yumu's.
That was beat the fun out of him, in case you guys were wondering about my acronym usage. But yeah, continually mispositioning there. Hachani doing Hachani things once again. Luckily, no dragon up, or that would have definitely gone over to the Tigers.
Yep. And Tigers crawling their way back into the game. Now, the gold deficit is 3K, but Tigers seem to be fighting a lot better when it does come to the team fights. KT getting advantages leading up to the team fights, and they are cleaning them out and rounding them out, with that one exception being the duel that occurred in the bottom tier 2 turret. But,
oh, Peanut!
Wow.
Missing the ult. I actually wasn't sure there for a second. I was like, Peanut did something, but it didn't work out. Sorry, Peanut. Maybe better luck next time.
Better luck next time, indeed. Dragon coming up in 2 minutes.
Next time you're trying to ult steal the Scuttle Crab. Doesn't work out. How many times do you practice that in scrims? That's probably
Probably never.
yeah, probably not as. I mean, that's where your opponents who you're scrimming against are just like, dude, did you just ult the Scuttle Crab and then like never scrim you again? It's not worth their time. But I mean, it was actually worth it because it does control that entire upper half of the river. So would have been important to get, but not secured. Score and the rest of KT doing a good job clearing out vision in that area. Only one Solitude Soul Ward up there. Okay, there's two, but and more being placed as I talk. Great. But good coverage on the top half of the map by KT, ahead in kills, damage, and look at the difference between the AD carries this game as opposed to last game. This time it's Arrow, who's just going off on Jhin, having a great performance. It's a lot like Prey from game 1.
Yeah, and as we can see here, Smeb no longer able to really do anything to Someday. So this is that wet noodle fight that generally tends to take place in the Echo versus Maokai matchup once it reaches this stage of the game. And they're both just gearing up. You know that they both want to come down to this dragon. It looks like it will be another water dragon. So not the best dragon for the Tigers, but definitely one they want to deny.
Well, if KT do get it, then they will be able to, have two of them, get tons of crazy regen, which can be good in the late game when you go for these long, extended fights. But it only works out of combat, so
right,
not as great as you would expect. That pink ward does see the green. Okay, all right, just checking. They will be able to limit that vision in the jungle. Dragon up in 15 seconds, like you said, LS, not the biggest dragon for either one of these teams, but definitely a point of contest that both teams might want to pick a fight at.
Right, and the problem is Tigers don't really have any lanes shoving, so having Smeb actually arrive with them at the dragon and then do a post-fight teleport potentially to capture a tower is not really going to be a very viable play right now for the Tigers. So Smeb probably just going to have to recall and go back up to top lane to match Someday, and then it's going to come down to a battle of teleports. But you'll notice that Tigers don't have any flank wards for Smeb to teleport into to get those parallel convergences onto the back line and lock people up, and they can combo that with Prey.
KT going for this dragon in a great position for the Water Drake, but you can see Rock's not prioritizing that at all. They're going for turrets and straight up the mid lane.
And I really like this because, well, now I don't. But they could have taken that mid-tier 1 turret and they could have prevented...
Oh, but here comes a great flank from Someday. Someday in a perfect position, not stunned there at all. A great timing on Gorilla's Terracol. That Cosmic Radiance keeps the entire Rock's Tigers team alive. Oh, swing and a miss on the arrow. But Rock's actually trying to take a good fight here. Prey very, very low there towards the end. Curtain Call coming out. Gorilla will block it though, and Smeb's actually going to find a kill there onto Arrow. He stops that and he saves his AD carry. Score the next to fall, and the Tigers coming out big. It's going to be a 1 kill there for Fly, but he's not going to last for very much longer. Peanut, the one to pick up the kill on Fly, and in the end, it's a 4-for-1 exchange. It's a 4-for-1 exchange. Okay, it might be more. Smeb's going to get out all of his pent-up angst and rage here on Someday for losing it to him in lane, but I still don't think he can find the kill. Going to go deep underneath the turret. A little bit of a whip there on the Terracol. Someday will try to sustain underneath that turret, but not able to. A 5-for-1 exchange. The Tigers find an ace.
And the Tigers just basically saying that, hey, we team fight better than you, so you can have all the gold that you want, but it doesn't matter. And when you have an extended skirmish like this, and you have a protect the Azir comp. Hold on 1 second, we're going to get back into the replay. And you can see that KT had a flank set up, but the Taric ultimate, too good. And then Tigers is actually able to get off a flank ward for Smeb, which otherwise they should not have been able to have. You see Arrow go for the curtain call, but Smeb says, I've seen enough of M. Night Shyamalan to know where this is going. And he just gets shut down. And at this point, KT overextended. Fly trying to get a kill onto Kuro. He does secure him. Peanut's going to clean him up. One thing I don't like is at the end of this fight, Gorilla flashes for basically no reason. So we're going to see if that actually plays a part in the next team fight, because he definitely could have conserved that.
Great save there onto Prey as twofold. You both had Gorilla lining up for the stun to block the curtain call, and then Smeb going for the assassination, killing Arrow. Prey somehow stays alive, and while no, this is not his big carry performance from game 1, he's still being a threat that has to be respected. Score tried to go for the interrupt on Prey in the back of the fight, but had to immediately flash back afterwards, and just not a big factor in that fight. Prey lives, and the rest of Rocks rock that team fight so incredibly hard. Like, their team fighting looks on point. A long range arrow just barely misses. A lot of CDR, though, from that itemization on Prey, so he'll have that back in no time.
Yeah, had that arrow hit, this tower probably would have fell without much resistance, but instead it's gonna stay alive. And one problem is right now, because Smeb doesn't have teleport, you can't just simply put him into the bot lane and execute a 0-4-1. If you're unfamiliar with that is, it's 0 top lane, 4 mid lane, and 1 bot lane, primarily because the Tigers composition is so reliant on remaining together, especially when facing KT's composition.
Neither team really looking for a fight right now, so that teleport advantage or disadvantage won't necessarily matter immediately. Someday could just sit in base and wait for a home guard teleport play. We'll see what is the priority. Baron's still up, and KT with the objective control.
And we just see Gorilla clearing out vision control surrounding Baron. That does want to be the next focus point for the Tigers, as they can probably win the game off the backs of a Baron if they can secure it. I'm not quite sure what the next dragon is, but it's coming up in about 3 minutes from now. So we could see another team fight off of that. Smeb probably going to have to back off air. He is Monolith anyway, so it's not like, you know, he's gaining anything.
Smeb did go for a Banshee's Veil. Last game he went for a Guardian Angel third item. This time it's Banshee's Veil. So just an interesting itemization choice, knowing that he just needs to be able to maybe duel out someday a little bit better. But I just noticed he didn't get snared there. Oh, speaking of getting snared, Gorilla will get caught out just a little bit, and Prey's a little bit far away from the team. Might need to rotate down for it, and he will make the shift.
And so now both teams are even in gold.
Somebody's waiting. They're pinging wards that he can teleport in on for flanks. The Tigers do overextend. He could just teleport to that Wraith camp, or the man, I'm dating myself, the Raptor camp ward.
And they're just basically posturing until the next dragon comes up. So all that they really need to do is the top tier 2 tower for Tigers is irrelevant to the game at this point, because they're not going to blow a Baron fight so horrifically that somehow it's going to translate into the capture of the top inhibitor. So all that they need to do is maintain a 0-4-1 and just use the teleport on Smeb accordingly. Unfortunately, they don't have any flank wards set up again. They don't really have that many deep wards going on. And this is something that is also characteristic of the Tigers, is they generally rely more so on very defensive and neutral-based wards to play out their games. So flanks are sometimes difficult to come by for them.
Someday walking over a blue ward. Says hi, high five, walks through it, leaves it up, but that does allow a lot of ward coverage here for Rox on the top half of the map around the Baron area, which means that if Baron's not going to be the big thing that forces a fight here, what's happening? Does Prey just try to fish with an arrow? Do they try to go clear out ward coverage here? What's going on here for the Tigers?
All they need to do is just wait until one of the objectives comes up, and they just have to find a very good angle in it. It's up to KT to not let them have a proper
Kuro does have a Void Staff and Rylai's here, so someday will not be able to get away from this. But can Smeb and Kuro actually kill him? I think he's actually going to turn around and try for a kill here. Kuro actually very low, but someday can he escape? He is so tanky, and that's not an excuse for missing skill shots. He's actually just immortal at this point in the game.
They did get his flash for Kuro's heal, which I actually think is a lot more valuable.
Nice angular stun, but here comes Someday, fresh from base. He does have home guards, so he'll be speeding around back there, but a nice Terracle will deter this engage for a moment. But Smeb in a very difficult spot. We'll find out how immortal Smeb is. He's very low on mana as well. Can he turn that around for a nice stun? He does get a 3-man stun, and the rest of the Tigers coming up with some damage. Can they find the damage that they need, though? Someday is so impossible to kill. Gorilla will go down, and KT find the pick that they need to start on Baron.
Well, I don't think they can actually go for a Baron here.
Little do you know, LS. Actually, you know a lot, but do KT know that? And they will start it. Okay.
They are starting it. I'm curious if they're going to be able to
And there's a ward right there in the pit.
Fast enough, though.
Smeb is alive. He is teleporting in behind the pit.
You can't do this.
Oh, look at that arrow. Perfectly placed. And Smeb on the assassination mission. Kuro and Prey trying to kill Someday, but they just can't get the damage. Look at Smeb. He's finding the assassination pick again. This time onto arrow. Can he actually make the play, though? Scoring Someday running away there. Flying Hachani down. Prey did drop, though, so that is something. Score. He's getting out the easy way, and will ult back to KT's side of the map, but Ina chasing out onto Someday. The Taric stun lands Someday. He's not that immortal, and he will go down finally. Kuro Securing the kill.
They can go for a Baron here. It's always bizarre to see teams not know when they actually can Baron.
What's a secret?
I don't think it really is. I think it was pretty obvious that KT could not get that Baron right there. And they can't stop this one either unless Score can somehow manage to outsmite a one level higher Peanut.
Ray is still dead, and Arrow finds a snipe there. A little bit of damage going down over the wall. Score is in the pit, but is he going to survive long enough? Can they still find this steal? Peanut dropping low there, Score flashing out. An Arrow whiffs on through, and Peanut trying to stay alive in here for the spike, but he can't get it. And KT will find a Baron at 34 minutes.
Well, that was they didn't focus down the Baron, and I mean, I can't even give credit to Arrow for sniping Gorilla, because honestly, it's just not excusable when he could just stand behind the Baron, because a Jhin ultimate is not going to outsmite Peanut.
Yeah, you just let the Baron...
Just let the Baron tank it.
Tank it.
It doesn't make any sense. I don't even know what I'm watching right there. Now, even though they just got this, I'm still not completely convinced that they're going to be able to secure the game yet. Yes, they are going to get an Inferno Drake, but the Elder Dragon, I think, will be probably the decisive battle, unless KT is able to now take this Baron and somehow accrue a massive lead off of it.
Oh my gosh, this is a pretty ridiculous turn of events, and I say turn because things have been turning back and forth and back and forth. I'm not sure really who has the advantage, like you said, LS, not sure whether or not KT can really put this Baron buff to full use. And Inferno Drake does give them a big boost in power. The Arrow does have that curtain call ult that was so effective in the last fight. Back up again, maybe zone off the second tier turret. A Score takes one on the bottom half of the map.
And they are getting a lot off this. They've already secured 2 towers. It's going to be interesting to see how they play out the remainder of the Baron buff duration. Remember, the next dragon that will be coming up is the Elder Drake. And that will probably be the decisive fight. So Tigers still have quite a few minutes remaining until that is going to be their forced hand.
Peanut coming in, gets the smite steal. That is revenge for Score, walking in and stealing it. But an altercation up in the top lane. Curtain call will be channeled here. Some damage being put down onto Smeb and Gorilla. Won't actually matter all that much. Just slowing them down a little bit as they retreat back to a very low health second tier turret with Baron buff minions pushing in.
And it seems that they're using Rek'Sai's ultimate as a pseudo-teleport. Even though he doesn't have it up yet, there's no one that can really go there to really contest.
Now somebody's going to have to find a fight here. Prey Arrow is available. Kuro will dodge that out. Gorilla will get snared up there. Doesn't have a time to channel the Cosmic Radiance, and the Tiger is forced to kite backwards. They can't do anything to stop KT from continuing their rampage through all of their outer tier turrets, which are now down.
And it looks like the game is slipping away from the Tigers here. KT has done an excellent job at making use of this Baron. They've gotten themselves 3 towers off this. They also found a kill. They found some summoners too. And it looks like they're not done yet.
Oh,
Smeb.
Nick here. Smeb forced to ult backwards. Maokai, Twisted Advance, it's such a good skill. Now Smeb is completely out of mana, so is Kuro, and it's only Prey able to deal damage here in this fight. Now, no minion wave, so KT are forced to disengage, but the mana issues got to be dealt with in Kuro and Smeb, both going back to base for that. Peanut, he's a little bit out there. We'll get a smite there on the Wolves to scout everyone out in the jungle.
Yeah, that was a little overeager by Someday just now, and I think that flash that he just used could actually come back to cost them later on, because that is so crucial to have. You know, you flash and Twisting Advance, you just tie someone up instantly, and it instantly translates into Arrow continuing to tie them up.
They did find that kill onto Gorilla, and Gorilla's Cosmic Radiances have been insane this game. Great timing to just take that initial brunt of the force on these engages off and really protect Prey, an otherwise very immobile AD carry. Gravity Field will help protect him, but it's a very different Prey performance this game as opposed to game number 1. So I know I keep bringing that up, but it is very night and day as far as the positions that they hold in this team. So for Prey, what is his position? Does he want to like sit forward and try to hit an arrow, or stay back and just run away the whole fight?
Prey is more so just constant damage that's probably going to be sitting around the middle of the fight.
Okay.
He's not going to be doing... It's not just going to be like a standard traditional back-lane AD carry. Like more so Arrow is in most of these fights. He sort of hangs back even further than Azir, primarily just because of the ultimate.
You can see here the Baron power play, a 2,800 gold advantage taken during that Baron buff. Thanks to our production staff for putting that together. Also, all of the outer turrets taken, which is the big objective deal for KT. Who are sitting on 3 dragons with the Eldritch Drake up in less than 2 minutes. Tigers, they've got a couple of additional chances to come back into this game. Frozen Mallet completed with for Peanut along with a Mortal Reminder. So that's actually kind of interesting as far as Graves itemization goes. Not standard by any means, but useful in this situation.
I guess he's just wanting more slows, but there is a Boots of Swiftness out on 3 champions for KT, so I'm not sure how effective that itemization is. It's definitely questionable for me. I think the Maw actually would have given him almost roughly the same amount of HP from taking damage from targets like Someday and Fly. So definitely an interesting item, to say the least. And we also see Executioners calling out now on Prey as well, so a lot of anti-healing coming in, and this is the fight where they need everything they can ask for, and I wouldn't be surprised if there was even some elixirs on some champions, but it doesn't look like there is.
Taric is wearing the elixir of fabulousness.
Oh.
All the time.
Well, I think if they lose this game, we can blame it on him not having Ezreal.
Yeah, that is true. The synergy, not there. Ashe, not quite as fabulous.
This isn't the life he wants to live.
Pushing up the mid lane, KT rotate over. Baron up in 40 seconds, though. Elder Drake up in 20. KT would benefit a lot from this Elder Drake, because they do already have 3 dragons, but man, look at Someday.
That is a big tree. That is a redwood.
He's been alive for like hundreds of years. You can count his rings.
KT, unfortunately, actually is not SKT. They don't have any rings.
Yeah,
So,
see what you did there.
yeah.
There are 4 less rings. But yeah, so waiting for somebody to really be the big factor here in this fight. No Mortal Reminder or Lord Dominic's. It's going to be Mortal for Prey. Means that Someday, for all intents and purposes, is pretty invincible in this upcoming fight. No one's really going to be able to find their way through a 6-item elixired up Maokai with a Guardian Angel. So
This is interesting to me. I feel like Tigers actually should shake on the handoff Elder Dragon for Baron, because I think they would benefit a lot more from Elder Dragon
and just
than
keep that
KT would
away
benefit from
KT.
Baron.
Okay. Well, KT are going to go for it. Instead, Rox will look for what could be our final fight of the game. An arrow comes in, it stuns Score, and a preemptive Cosmic Radiance will make the Tigers invincible for now, but it's actually pretty useless. And KT still on this Baron, dropping low, 300 HP on the Baron buff. Zeb trying to get in there. Who's going to go in for the steal? It's taken by Score. Score will get the Baron buff here for KT. Someday a massive tree tanking up in the front of the fight, but Kuro finds an assassination there on Achani. Peanut will drop, Smeb, Prey, Gorilla, all low, and everything's falling apart here for the Tigers. A triple kill for Score, and Kuro, even though he will find that kill at the end, Fly, though, actually finding the kill onto him. Wow, what a fight for KT, and just ill-advised, the teleport coming in from base. It's a brand new, fresh Someday. Ready to take these turrets, and possibly the game. Probably the game.
Probably the game.
Yeah, definitely the game.
And
Okay.
I just don't get why teams do this in this day and age. I mean, at best, you're taking a 40% chance that maybe you can win that fight or get that Baron. But it doesn't look like that's going to be the case, so we're going into game number 3, and let's see Cry back in mid lane.
I'm just going to say, Kuro, a 9-day difference. Prey also a little bit lackluster, but congratulations to KT. Rolster, 23-14 victory over the Tigers in game number 2 of our best of 3 series. Wow, 9-day difference. I think we can say that definitely describes game number 1, almost pentakills, dominant 9-1 performance. Game 2, a little bit back and forth between both teams. But
right.
Spectacular team fighting for the Tigers, even in that loss.
Yeah, I mean, even in the face of massive gold deficits, they were still pulling together impressive team fights, and we saw that they had a lot of close but no cigar scenarios in the early and in the mid game where they just missed out on kills. And honestly, the game probably would have looked drastically different had they gotten those kills. So if in game number 3, KT doesn't manage to get as lucky or pull away by the skin of their teeth, I think the team fights are going to not look so favorable for them.
Well, Peanut was playing Graves. Every situation a close but no cigar situation for him. He'll be looking for a little bit of a better opportunity here in game number 3. Our final game of the night will be coming up here any moment, so you guys do not want to miss it. Tell your friends, get on Twitter, hashtag LCK, and let us know who you guys want to win between the Rocks Tigers, the no longer Rocks Tigers, the artist formerly known as the Rocks Tigers.
Just Tigers now.
Just Tigers. Versus KT Rolster. KT also a team of many names. They've changed that up a few times, but they've stuck with Rolster. In case you guys didn't know, that's short for roller coaster. And it has been a roller coaster with KT taking us all the way to the final game of the night. KT Rolster versus Rocks Tigers. Game 3 coming up next.
여기 진짜 예쁘다. 벚꽃 축제. 바로 가는 거야 이제. 가자. 갤럭시 S7 엣지 S7.
잘 봐, 네 안에 뜨겁게 불타는 열정. 볼케이노 핫하지, 뮤직이네 핫하지, 국내 볼케이노. 전쟁과 함께 국내 볼케이노.
정복이 제일 쉬웠어요.
넌 나에게 모욕감을 주었어.
어딨니? 불가능이 어딨니? 여기 있네.
이제 당신이 영웅이 될 차례. 도네이션즈.
뚝 떨어지는 천재를 그대로 받아쳐가지고 감전 밖으로 확 넘겨버렸잖아.
아, 언제요?
어제 레전드 야구선에서.
전설은 계속된다. 스크린 야구의 레전드 야구전.
그 회사 공채는 토익 900미터로 낮춰준대. 망했어, 진짜.
사람인에 따르면 인사팀장님 어디 계세요?
아닙니다. 저 친구도 700대인걸요.
사람인에 따르면
900점 안 되는 사람.
아니랍니다. 공채 기준 도매워.
자꾸 먹고 싶어.
맛있어 죽게 만든 셈이야. 하바네로와 청양고추가 더해진 매운맛의 몬스터 BHC 맵스터.
매운맛 좀 보시지 말입니다.
난 요새 수염 있는 남자가 멋있더라.
안녕.
기타 잘 치는 남자 멋있더라. 어깨 넓은 남자가 멋있더라. 근데 난 얼굴 작은 남자가 제일 좋더라.
난 오늘 나에게 바카스를 사줬습니다. 남자는 자신감을 주. 나를 아끼자. 바카스.
이렇게 하는 거네. 보고 있어? 응? 안녕하세요. 롤 잘하고 싶은 여자, LCK 완전 정복을 꿈꾸는 여자, 빠바바 지인입니다. 그리고 제 뒤에서 자고 있는 사람은 언니! 저희 롤 잘하는 언니인데요. 뭐 신경 안 쓰셔도 됩니다. LCK 한 주간의 경기에서 가장 눈에 띈 챔피언을 제가 고르고 골라서 LCK 경기를 보면서 알아볼 건데요. 이름하여 두구두구두구두구두구두구두구 위클리 L이 아니고 주간 챔피언. 지난주 LCK에서 원딜 뱅킹률 2위를 차지한 케이틀린. 알지 나 잘하는 거 알지 KT의 에로, ESC의 로컨, 락스의 프레이 선수 등등 많은 선수분들에게 사랑을 받고 있는데요. 도대체 왜 이번 시즌 케이틀린이 갑자기 뜨게 되었을까요? 모르겠죠? 케이틀린은 중반이 약하다는 평가를 원래 받았었는데요. 이제는 아닙니다. NO! 프리시즌 패치를 통해서 덫의 개수가 늘어나 대치 상황에서 좋아졌고 스킬에 헤드샷 판정이 붙어서 그 후반에 가장 좋은 원딜 중 하나로 불리고 있대요. 에로 선수의 플레이를 보면서 조금 더 자세히 알아볼게요.
네, 마무리.
와, 저런 식으로도 할 수 있는 거구나. 대박. 타워의 사각지대에 덫을 깔아놓는 게 포인트. 아,
이거 뒤쪽으로 이동. 썸데이
이렇게 하는 거네. 역시 케이틀린 날 실망시키지 않아. 언니, 이거 케이틀린 상대하기 힘든 보짜 있잖아. 그거 뭐야? 나 좀 알려줘. 여보세요?
네, 여보세요?
누구세요?
네, 그 캡틴제 강형우입니다.
네, 안녕하세요. 저 지인이에요. 저 아시죠?
네, 그럼요.
네, 반갑습니다.
사실 뭐 힘든 라인전은 크게 없어요. 초반부터는요. 대신에 갱킹을 조심해야 된다고 해야 될까요? 상대가 갱홍이 좋은 조합이면 그걸 좀 최대한 조심해서 라인전을 풀어가시는 게 좋아요.
그 아이템 있잖아요. 아이템.
네.
그거 어떻게 쓰는 게 좋아요?
전 처음에는 무한의 대검 먼저 올리시고
이거 잠깐 적을게요. 잠깐만요.
네, 루나의 허리케인, 그 다음에 보석이온 사포, 새우의 색깔이 뭐 이런 식으로 쭉 올리시면 돼요.
제가 뭐 평소 하던 그대로네요.
네네, 그렇죠.
네네. 캡찍 화이팅!
네. 주간 챔피언도 화이팅! 지은씨도 예뻐요. 지은씨도 예뻐요.
지인씨도 예뻐요. 화이팅 이런 거. 그럼 팁도 전수 받았으니까 이번 주는 케이틀린과 함께 열심히 플레이해보겠습니다. 기대해주세요. 그럼 전 이만 게임하러 가보도록 하겠습니다. 다음 주에 만나요. 주간 챔피언 많이 사랑해주세요. 안녕! 티모도 안녕!
With all of my brothers, I always wondered how far we could go. If we could break through the ceiling above us, there'd be no point of us looking below. We could be free. We could be free. Finally, we could be free. I've been through the darkest of caves and suffered on the steps of the end of the road. Painted with passion, my favorite color.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Coke Zero LOL Champions Korea Summer 2016. We are coming back with game number 3 after a comeback win for KT Rolster. Check out these damage dealt to champions. Kuro that game did a lot of damage, but in the end, it was the decision making that did them in.
Yeah, and I mean, someday, that's a lot of damage considering he's a tank.
Yeah, should be noted that's not just the damage done in those tank-on-tank fights. He's actually always able to get his good twisted advances off onto the back line. Really made Prey's life a nightmare there, and even though Gorilla sometimes saved his team with the Cosmic Radiance, it's just not enough effectiveness. And like I said, decision-making in the end, more so than champion choice there. The decision to go for that Baron in the end, wound up losing Rock.
But yeah, that actually was just complete. It's actually amazing how Gorilla simply not standing behind Baron just actually caused them to lose.
Now we're going to watch these plays of the game from the beginning.
This was the fight that opened it up for KT, the one that's on your screen right now. Now, Tigers were able to bring it back a little bit. This was one of the most unsuccessful Bush ganks of all time.
Yeah, 3v1 that winds up going against you. Gorilla falling there, and of course more kills to follow after this. And this is the Inferno Drake fight the first time around where...
Someday just too big.
Absolutely massive. Tigers play that fight beautifully, but just too little health, and they wind up losing that out in the end. Oh, that's how he kills him, the sapling toss over the wall. I had no idea, but now this is going to be the heartfelt
This
final.
is the Baron that KT, for some reason, called. And then here we go. This is where, well, apparently they didn't show him dying, but Gorilla dies for no reason, and they end up losing the Baron because they can't just simply focus it down.
We got a miss on the arrow, and that brings us to our Sonokong IB MVP. Top lane, it's Someday.
And totally deserving. That was a very impressive Maokai performance. Basically unkillable. I know that he has 3 deaths, but...
We're just going to pretend those don't exist.
Yeah,
For
they
all
don't
intents
exist.
and purposes, when he needed to be unkillable, he was unkillable. He got cut out a couple of times, but nothing really happened off of that. And in the end, he was the big tank that his team needed. KT Rolster able to close out game number 2 rather, and bring themselves all the way here to our final game of the season, of the night of our broadcast week here at SPO TV. Saw some people come in right in time for the 3rd game. So if you guys are out there watching and can hear this, then good timing. You got here just in time for what it could be a little bit of momentum for KT, and certainly not momentum for the Tigers. They're keeping Kuro in for this game, which is another kind of question mark. Since
I mean, I get that he did a lot of damage, but it would have been impressive if he didn't, honestly, just because of the team compositions. So, I don't know. I felt like his Victor was very underwhelming.
Another version of the team comps coming out as we enter picks and bans for our final game of the night. KT Rolster starting things off with a ban on Lucian. So taking that away from Prey. Usually we see Ashe bans directed towards Prey, not Lucian bans, but...
He did miss a few arrows that game.
That is true. We saw that in the last clip out there. And the Nidalee ban versus Score. Nidalee just very popular to ban, along with this Rise ban, which you can see on your screen right now. No real surprises there. Very high percentage ban rates. Nothing too unique here for either team. Although the next ban for Tigers will actually be targeted onto Arrow. Not going to give him any more of those MVP Jhin performances. 0% ban, never banned until Arrow.
It's like they don't want to deal with it anymore.
Put up some big numbers. And yeah, he will not have that option. Jhin getting the Ariel Helwani treatment. You guys watch UFC, so not going to see him this game. Last ban here for KT. What's it going to be? It's LeBlanc. Okay. So banning that out, Cry played LeBlanc.
Cry played LeBlanc, and Kuro does not strike me as the type of person that would perform very well on LeBlanc. So, not LeBlanc ban. I'm not quite sure what's up with that.
The last ban, though, does make a lot more sense. Maokai being banned away from Someday.
And Someday is going to get his Echo, so his second most played top
man.
laner.
This could set up for that heal composition Tigers loved to run. They ran it twice in a row versus SKT. It didn't work either time, but they were still very, very persistent in it, and we've seen it transpire elsewhere. EU Challenger Series yesterday had a heal comp brought in there as well, and it was super effective. It's a big Vladimir plays. But will that be the comp that Rocks Tigers go for? It'll be interesting. I thought KT were just going to lock the Echo. Looks like they're having some more thought process behind it.
Yeah, and they're just filtering all the champions. And maybe they're just
Azir?
using this time to talk about other stuff, not necessarily the champion. They could have already actually decided on a champion, but they're talking about...
That is true. We have seen teams mistakenly lock in the wrong champion because they get pressured on time. And it's going to be, the Kindred. You can see Peanut actually pretty excited because I'm pretty sure he would have played Kindred if he had had the opportunity. And that does leave, the Sivir that we've seen banned away from Praise so much today.
So if the Tigers are going to bring the speed, Sivir is going to be one of the champions to do that. So maybe the Tigers are going to go for an extremely explosive early and mid-game composition and use their superior team fighting skills to basically close out KT here. We're going to see how KT can resist that.
And that does deserve a shout out. Game 2, Tigers were on point with their team fights. Looked incredibly dominant. And you can see there, even though Sivir is not often open to be picked, it's an incredibly dominant pick. 8-2, the win rate there. Because it just, not to meme, but it's a Sivir comp. You hit the R button, you go, and it's great to be able to have that go button later on in the game when you can force a fight with it. But now Fly looking to get his trademark Azir. I don't see any reason why he wouldn't lock that in. And an Ezreal pick here with Lucian banned. Ezreal does seem to be the best choice to go with. Instead, though, Hachani wanting his big melee support and saving this AD carry pick for Arrow until last.
Looks like that fan in the crowd did not know that S exists, so A+. Don't tell Smep's parents that there's a grade higher. That might not go over too well. But the Azir and the Braum rounding out. Now this is interesting because I feel like the Sivir and the Echo, as fast as they were locked in, at least gives me the vibe that there's going to be some sort of explosive composition that's going to be coming out of the Tigers. That's just a vibe, though. They could obviously mix it up, and it's interesting that KT is trying to control around that.
Kuro hovering over his Aurelion Sol. I'll never forget, I think it was Huhi who locked that in at MSI for CLG, and everybody's like, wait, what? And so they tried that crazy, huge stun, run it down the mid lane strat. It didn't work out. Kuro tried that in the first game of the season. Didn't work out for him either. So I'm glad to see he's now hovering over a much more viable champion there. To lock it on Elise and Karma. So yeah, Karma going to have that synergy with Sivir, so that you can get a lot of that AoE move speed, get your team where they need to go.
And we're going to see if that Karma is a flex, which it certainly could be. Could be flexed into support, or it could be flexed into mid, and in rare cases, I guess, top lane, but probably not.
I love seeing Arrow do this every time he plays. He always hovers over the Draven. Arrow, of course,
well, the Draven doesn't make any sense if you have an Azir.
If you watched EU Challenger Series earlier today, we got to see a Korean export, Garida Pride, who is a Challenger Draven one-trick, do some disgusting things with Draven, so it's a good day for Draven.
Check that out. It's actually always really impressive to see Draven one picks in their element.
Yeah, it's disgusting the kind of damage you can do when you get ahead. Same things with Twitch and Kog'Maw, both hovered over, but in the end, it's continuing with the long range, just a Caitlyn locked in. And speaking of long range, Gorilla could go for a Varus pick here. We've seen some incredible Varus performances in LCK, notably yesterday. I think Ever had a big Varus game in their first outing on Summoner's Rift.
And if there is someone that can tell... okay.
Swapping it over. That is a Trundle pick in the top lane for Sunday, though. We didn't touch on that when it was locked in. But Trundle into Echo. The Varus picked into Azir.
Yeah, and I'm curious to see how the lane swaps are going to go. I think Trundle will definitely get beat up a little bit more from the lane swap than, say, Echo would. But the Varus pick is going to be very interesting here, and he's electing to run heal. So no teleport like Tempt likes to run. But we've seen some Varuses go off this LCK summer here.
And one thing that really helps Varus is the Inferno Drake. If you can get one or two of those, poke damage is already sort of... the balance for it is that it's difficult to land. So it's high damage, high range, but difficult to land it. Now, if you do land that, the damage is just so insane that sometimes Varus rather, can just kind of carry things out there. It's game 3, backs up against the wall. KT and Rox, both with rivalries versus SKT that they've failed in fulfilling this season, coming off of 0-2 defeats there. Now that they face each other, we'll find out who's going to come out ahead in our last game of the night as KT Rolster face on the no longer Rox Tigers. Game 3, it's coming up, so stick around, guys. We've got that, and I would say a whole lot more, but this is our final game of the night. Let's go ahead and get into game. Much more even cheers from the crowd as we head our way into game number 3 out here on Summoner's Rift. Some new champions in Sunday's choice on Trundle, a champion that we don't actually see picked all that commonly in top lane in LCK. I think it's been picked twice coming into tonight's games, and now we get to see it again.
And it looks like there's a little bit of a guessing game on what lanes are going to go where right now.
This is like the anti-fan from KT. Instead of spreading out, they're all in the same place, and now spreading out to their respective lane matchups. Going for the swap up to top lane for Arrow and Hachani. I can almost promise you Hachani, about a minute and a half from now, will be deep in the enemy jungle by himself, trying to steal away camps. He did it last time on Braum. He stole red and then died immediately.
Looks like we will have a 2v2 in the top lane, probably.
Now there's a ward guarding that out. It's been pinged, so KT know the exact timing of exactly when it's going to die. So you can see they're approaching that bush so that they won't be spotted out, but they don't wait for the ward. They know when that ward will drop because they had their own ward placed at exactly the same moment. So they know that ward's there, and they know that it was still up when they walked over it.
Well, the problem with this is now, I'm not quite sure who was orchestrating this, but when you're against a Karma, you don't want to have to walk into that right there.
Yeah, turns out.
It doesn't do too much damage because the second part, okay, well, not as bad as it could have been, honestly. I think that, honestly, the Tigers could have positioned themselves a little bit better to be a little more abusive there. Not the end of the world.
Some nice dodges on either side. This solo lane on the bottom half of the map is actually pretty aggressive. Trundle, you don't fight Trundle level 1. Like, it just doesn't work. Smeb might be looking for some Time Winder procs. He does hit that level 2. Very, very dangerous. You could easily see a solo kill at an unexpected time here. Z-Drive Resonance will get procced there by Smeb. Going back in, though. Here we go. Going in for the fight there. Smeb so low. Someday could easily flash in for a chomp, but he's not going to go super aggressive. But here comes Kindred. Oh, and will he let the mark finish, too? He knows he's got the kill. Waits for it, and there it is. A flash for a mark of the Kindred for score.
And that was pretty good by KT now, and that's not what Tigers wanted, especially because now Someday is going to be able to conserve his flash. So ganks in the bot lane can get really chaotic.
But anytime you do go for that kind of gank, you put your jungle at risk. And that's what Peanut's capitalizing and saying, hey, you guys got your gank off, but I can at least salvage this situation by getting off this blue steal. So that will be a 3 buff for Peanut and in a pretty good spot.
And it looks like they are going for something I like to call the Bengi, but it's going to be spotted out.
Okay, now a nice parallel convergence will at least give Smeb a shield, but he does not have flash, though he will survive. I like to call that the NASCAR gank, where you just keep going in circles back to the same lane.
This lane is actually over.
There's nothing Smeb can do because it's pushing away from him.
Smeb can't do anything, and you see that's why Score is just waiting on the horizon, because if he did come out of this bush, the problem is all he can do is get XP now.
Somebody actually let 2CS die there just to hard freeze that wave right in front of his turret.
Yeah, Smeb can't do anything. The game is over. And this is what I was talking about. I like to call this the Bengi because traditionally Bengi was the first jungler in Korea to do stuff like this, which is immediately after you kill the top laner early on, if you get his summoner, his flash, and he teleports back to the lane, immediately gank him again. And if you do that, and the gank is even somewhat successful, the lane can just end.
Yep, nothing that Smeb can do. He can see us with Time Winder, but all that does is further push the wave out away from him. And now Arrow, oh my gosh, so low. He's got about 200 HP, healing back up little by little. Does have that heal summoner spell, so don't want to get baited out by that. Underneath that top tier turret, you can see how much Gorilla is just pressuring.
And honestly,
this turret.
Beautiful play by Gorilla. He's making sure to time his attacks onto Arrow in direct synergy with when the tower is attacking something. So he, for the most part, is getting...
Baiting out that Unbreakable. Arrow does have Summoner Heal, but here comes Peanut. Summoner Heal used actually preemptively, forcing a flash away from what was a great cocoon from Peanut.
And this should enable a reset. So even though Smeb is getting bulldozed in the bottom lane right now, equally Arrow and Hachani are getting bulldozed in the top lane. So it sort of evens out.
I don't know, man. I look at Smeb's CS. It's 10 to 40. Like you said, the lane's just over.
30 difference, but there's a 20 difference in top.
Okay, so equally significant, but at the same time,
right.
You're gonna find these 1v1s.
He's someday going to add some salt to the wound as you see the cull coming out on Trundle.
We have seen this before because of the way that Trundle's healing works. You can CS a wave with Cull on top of your frozen ground, and you actually just get a ridiculous amount of health back. So in Trundle matchups where you know you're not going to be at any risk, you can go for the Cull early. It's happened a couple times in LCS this season, but
we've seen that KT is reinitiating a line swap, but Tigers, no fool, matching it perfectly, and they even gave Smeb all of the CS there. So the CS deficit in top lane is minimalized, whereas the CS deficit for the bottom lane is still very present. And now Tigers are in a position to make something explode and possibly even turn it into a dragon, but unfortunately, it is the Air Drake.
Super unfortunate. Also, they were scouted out by wards rotating down. They do have a lot of movement speed, which you can see by that ulted Perseverance, the Mantra Perseverance, rather, from Gorilla. Getting them into a good position, but someday, all alone up here, we'll have some one-on-one quality time with this turret.
And it looks like they're just going to get this turret. And the problem with what Someday is doing right now is this is going to equate into a perfect handoff for Smeb. So the advantage that Score and Someday managed to create has all but basically dissipated at this point in the game.
Oh, Hachani absorbing that cocoon with his Unbreakable. Gorilla playing this so aggressively, poking under turret non-stop, keeping this pressure up onto Arrow. But Caitlyn, one of the best AD carries at CSing under turret, thanks to her long range. Stay safe, not get poked out. And
it looks like Peanut is going to get that Scuttle Crab, and Score going for his red buff, probably going to be completely fine taking that. I don't know what his route is going to be immediately following that. And in the mid lane, they're relatively even in CS between Kuro and Fly. Nothing really happening there, although the blue buff is now being handed off to Kuro.
Little by little, turret getting chipped down here. Could see an engagement. Hachani only level 5, same thing for Arrow, so
right now, they just need to make use of that blue buff and basically attack Fly's mana so that Kuro is able to rotate down to Dragon if need be, and they can easily just capture it. And there's nothing that KT can do about it. Now, again, this is an Air Dragon, so it's basically useless.
What are you talking about, man? It gets you from bottom lane to mid lane 0.5 seconds faster.
Yeah, thank you, Riot Officio, for tweeting that out earlier. And what is going to be the next dragon? And that is an Inferno Drake.
Oh boy. Okay.
So that's the important one. So basically, you got the Air Dragon, and then you unlock the Inferno Dragon. So sort of like playing a video game right now.
Well, and it kind of evens out. You get from the least useful to the most useful dragon, and of course that's up for debate. We're not saying one is objectively good. Oh, the Steel Kuro!
Wow.
Okay, we get it. You're good. And with the next dragon coming up, very important to get those Inferno Drakes that just augment this poke damage incredibly well. I feel like every single time I see Varus, he's just doing disgusting amounts of damage. Even though we have seen a couple of games where he actually doesn't perform well. I don't remember those. You just remember the ones where they just absolutely carry the game.
Yep, indeed. And here, we're not going to really see too much happen. I mean, now, Peanut is on the top side of the map right now, but you have to realize that both junglers are playing West-centric. So when that's happening, you know, nothing is probably going to happen, especially not if your Tigers and your top laner is still behind.
Meanwhile, the AD carries doing AD carry things, killing minions. Arrow evened up that CS to only a 10 difference, and Smeb only a 30 or only a 20 difference now. So a little bit less of a difference than when we first started. But we'll see how well this can be pressured. It's Gorilla back in the bottom lane. I like to see this dynamic between Sivir and Caitlyn. Like, Sivir is at a huge range disadvantage, but Caitlyn's traps do nothing because they just get spell shielded for free mana. So very interesting to see the back and forth between Frey and Arrow. Right,
and the problem with this is Arrow on Caitlyn, if Caitlyn is an AD carry that really needs to use her range in order to get ahead, and if she doesn't manage to do that, what ends up happening is something that we saw the other night where Caitlyn gets stunted. And when she gets stunted, it's really problematic for her to do anything because she's basically out of the game for 30-40 minutes.
Former support for Ember would know a lot about that. But Siege in the mid lane, mid turret probably dead. Cocoon does land. Here's the Varus ult, trying to lock Tachani down with those chains of corruption. Big poke coming through. And that's not even with any damage items picked up for Kuro. I think he's just sitting on Corrupting Potion and Tear, unless he went back to base, and I did not notice that, but cannot see the items just yet. Okay, no, he did go back and grab himself that Caulfield's Warhammer. You know who Caulfield was, LS?
No.
No, neither does anyone else. Okay. Somewhere there's some lore guy that says, well, I remember back in the Journal of Justice, it used to say that, and I was like, dude, nobody remembers the Journal of Justice. Shout out to the guys that wrote the Journal of Justice for so long. I actually read that. It was really good, but now has been substituted on the top of our client for personalized discounts on skins.
All the Tigers need to do here, though, is to reswap back to top lane and send Echo into the bottom lane. That way Echo can continue to farm up, and then the Tigers can look to take that top tier 1 tower and still give them enough time to get into position to generate ward coverage surrounding Dragon.
Dragon not up for a bit, but that ward coverage still important. Currently, Tigers hold it with that pink in the pit. And neither team making too many aggressive cuts just yet. 3 on top for Tigers, and someday checking things out there. Pillars, Gorilla will speed himself away.
We saw a ping go down onto Herald. I'm not quite sure why Score is up here. He has to realize that right now, nothing is probably going to happen. And that's just very inefficient jungle use. Unless they want to try to go for a dive here. They have no vision. Oh, Elise did just show.
Here we go. So Elise is down there. Not going to be able to help Smeb, who is in a somewhat difficult position. Ults himself back into turret. Uses the Time Wonder to drop that turret aggro. Someday actually taking this up. And Smeb trying to get out of the way. He does get that damage down. Someday so low. But in the end, it's going to be an assassination there. Peanut with the kill and Score nowhere to go. A 2-for-1 exchange. Smeb played that impressively.
That was really, really impressive survival skills by Smeb. And then the Tigers were there to back him up right in the end. And that was just a complete horror show, basically, for KT, and that's not something that you wanted to happen leading up to Dragon. Now, your jungler doesn't have flash, your top laner doesn't have flash. Now, likewise, Peanut doesn't have flash, and Smeb doesn't have flash, but they're probably going to be the ones that are proactively taking the Dragon and are going to be, for the most part, in position, and it's going to be really difficult to break through Varus's rain of arrows to get into the Dragon pit.
You gotta think what kind of mentality you have to have as a top laner to know you are playing at an unfair disadvantage. You're gonna get 2v1 ganked. You probably know you're going to die, but you know that in the end it's better for your team, so your job is not to figure out how to survive success, is just surviving long enough and setting your team up for those kills. Incredibly well played there, on top of things. And generally the Tigers seem to be a team that are not necessarily as effective by, losses or loss of momentum very much. Oh, Score does get that kill on the Scuttle Crab. Nothing for you, Prey. Can't even defend the pink board, so Score all on top of that pit, 30 seconds until the all-powerful Inferno Drake.
And I talked about how Tigers should have been the one actually to secure the vision control, but Score and Hachani getting there first and doing a fine job at establishing vision dominance. And wow, Smeb is actually higher level than Someday right now.
Holy cow, yeah,
he is caught right back up.
Pretty good. Those 2 assists definitely helping out there. Of course, Someday has 2 of his own. And we should see that level
hard
differential.
Trade coming in.
They've not been unwilling to fight each other, which is the opposite way of saying they have been willing to fight each other.
And I really like this, what Tigers are doing right now, is they're basically using the fact that Varus currently has blue buff to try to wither down Azir and any resources that KT wants to have leading up to trying to contest this dragon. In doing so, they're simultaneously attacking the vision around dragon, the mana pools of Hachani and Fly, and the tower and dragon.
You have a lot going on at the same time. Do you think this is a good trade for Score stealing red buff but giving Inferno Drake to the Tigers?
No, it's completely useless. And now I'm curious if Kuro is going to recognize this is something we've seen happening so often when the dragon gets taken and they try to respond with a Herald. And we know that it can be shut down.
Yeah, exactly. And I think KT know that too. They are backing away, and Peanut has enough time to do Dragon and make it all the way up to Herald in case it was being done. So good job by KT to wisely back off. And some more trays up in the top lane. I love how much Smeb and Someday are fighting because these are not your 2 typical tanks. Trundle, a champion definitely capable of dealing damage, especially with his Cull, which has popped and completed and will allow him to pick up a faster Tiamat, or Hydra rather, when he goes back. Or might just sit on the regular Tiamat item because it does give you the AoE and wait for a Spirit Visage or something along those lines.
And Kuro is going to have a thing to say later on about Trundle's healing.
Oh man, a nice Bear's ult catches Score, and he will be able to stay alive, just barely gets that heal. Pretty sizable. Keeps him alive, but 0 pressure there as everyone from KT forced to back off of that turret, except for Fly. He's standing around.
And it looks like they're devoting a lot of attention to trying to capture this mid lane turret. And I don't really fault them for that. I think if they can really open up the mid lane turret, it definitely requires KT to have to devote more vision control into protecting Azir to make sure that he doesn't get killed. KT, though, they're not really doing anything. They're just continuing to farm up. Now, they do have the Azir, they do have the Trundle, but Tigers have Echo and they have Varus. So KT is in a very problematic situation where they're getting beat almost at every single part of the map. And the one thing that they do have going for them is at certain points they have managed to establish superior vision control, and it looks like they're going to pull together with this Herald right now.
It's interesting to me that Someday completed his Cull before either AD carry. So just a little bit interesting there. He was able to buy it earlier on, so not so surprising. Well, he's in a great spot. He's completed his Cull. He has his Ravenous Hydra and that Rift Herald buff. Smeb is in for a rude awakening. Going that Iceborne Gauntlet first means he will have some damage, but not nearly on the level of Someday.
Just popping that Yumu's, getting that extra attack speed out there to raise that tower faster. And now it looks like they're going to rotate down to bottom to unite with Prey, who is shoved up a wave.
Here comes Prey. They forgot about Prey, and it looks like, okay, all right. The most anticlimactic, let's call it that, push in here. Arrow loses half his health, and there is the Varus ult. Hachani going to get locked down a little bit. Prey walking too far forward and has to pop the Summoner heal. And now we're looking for a Cocoon. It does land on to Score. He's forced to flash away. He does not have that Kindred ult, so no Lambs despite big burst damage backwards. But the Boomerang is absorbed by Hachani's Unbreakable. I think it was, at least. Big poke continuing to come out here from Kuro. And Inferno Drake.
These Varus arrows.
Insane damage. Oh my God, Score could have died from that. Hasten the whole block by Gorilla. A good support should do. I want to see this next one. Kuro walking forward for the snipe. And Fly forced to flash. He's just going to do that again. Drops the turret aggro.
Yeah, and they pick up the tower and they back off. Now it doesn't come free. It looks like they did take a lot of damage onto the mid-tier 1 turret, but Smeb is there to clean it up, and all Smeb really has to do right now is continuously keep matching Someday. And for the most part, everything should be fine. Dragon probably going to come up here in about 2.5, 3 minutes. And Tiger's in a fantastic position. I know that the gold score at the top, if you're looking at it, it's only separated by about 1.3k gold, 1.4k gold. But the control that the Tigers have in this game right now is making it so that KT doesn't have any room to breathe. And honestly, KT's team composition is not yet at that point where Trundle is durable enough or Azir is strong enough to really counter-threat Kuro's Varus this game.
It's kind of impressive to see not only the multiple different styles that Rocks can play, but in game 1, I mean, KT looked like the OD to their Garfield. Just not even close. And in game 2, though, Tiger's still impressive on team fighting, but just could not come up with a win. They made that questionable decision on Baron towards the end and gave away the game. Game 3, the final game, looks much more solid strategically for the Tigers, but KT, a dominant jungle performance here by Score, and a lot of pressure put onto Smeb. We'll see how useful he is compared to Someday's Trundle, another champion we really haven't seen that frequently in LCK.
Right, and Someday just continuing to do his work down in bot lane. And it looks like now they're just going to trade top tier 1 for bottom tier 1, most likely, unless Smeb can really hold that together. But it looks like his mana is getting low, as we can see his avatar icon in the top right.
You could see Prey was trying to go for the mind games there with his boomerang. They cocoon Hachani and he throws the boomerang out at Arrow. It's like, trying to trick him, but not tricked so easily. Prey, though, does have a ton of wave clear. We'll continue to shove this out. Look at those traps. Oh my gosh, you can pop 2 at once. I did not realize that.
Yeah, kill 2 birds with 1 stone.
Where the birds are traps and the stones are spell shields.
Now, these decisions by KT to rotate up Azir is pretty bad. They could have just kept Azir.
Oh, Hachani getting poked out there. Oh no, he's still going to tick down from that Deathfire touch, but it's just barely not enough to kill him.
Yeah, this doesn't really make any sense why Fly rotated upwards. He easily could have just remained in mid lane, establishing dominance over that, applying pressure to the mid-tier 1 turret, and then if Smeb got too feisty in bot lane, he could have even rotated down to probably assist Someday with something, and that simultaneously would have enabled them control over this upcoming dragon.
But instead
they
do
make
none of that. Oh, a big attempt there by Fly. A for effort. I always thought that was confusing because it's actually an E for effort. And E is like, you know, not that great a grade. I've never actually gotten an E in my life. I don't think that grade exists. Smeb TPing in, getting a little bit overzealous. Which way are you going, Smeb? Smeb, please? All right, he's out of there. Half his health gone, though. The price for that teleport. A second Inferno Drake would be gigantic for the Rocks Tigers. Kuro specifically, the poke damage already disgusting. Just going to get that much dirtier. And it looks like they're good for the smite. Scores in position. Will they go for that? Smeb pushes him back over the wall and stuns him there. Are they going to go back in for this one? Someday with a nice pillar backwards, but the team fight is actually significant. It's smote away by Peanut. It's a double Inferno Drake for the Tigers. And can they find any more off of this score? Pushed right back over the wall. The Tigers find the buff.
Yeah, and it must feel really nice to get a free almost 20% AD and AP on every one of your champions right now.
Yeah, 16% the actual damage there for the double Inferno Drake. When you get 24% damage, like, I don't even want to think about that right now. But I once again did not see which dragon is coming up next, so we waiting for that mystery. This is like the
I just hope that it's actually a third Inferno Drake so that everyone can see just how brokenly disgusting that is.
I really like that too, because it's supposed to be brokenly disgusting. If you commit for 3 dragons, you deserve to be disgusting.
Yeah, and getting 3 air dragons is like getting a Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon out on the field. That just doesn't actually do anything.
Yeah, exactly. I remember if you watch the first series, the first season of the series, just like, oh my god, this card is so good. I had one, and I was like, man, I am so cool. And I remember the first time somebody told me it was actually garbage. I was like, wait, what? It's so cool though. I mean, cool things are good, right? No, just kidding.
No,
sorry, man.
Pretty bad. Yeah.
That was like the most disappointing moment of my childhood.
And it seems like, well, I think Score got that one.
I think he did. So good on you, Score. We'll get that gift of heavy hands. I always thought heavy hands were a bad thing. Apparently, they're a good thing. They make you do more damage to turrets and stun monsters.
Yep.
Little did he know.
And Smeb now locking up that bottom lane, which Someday has basically been all but absent so far for the majority of this game. So it's going to be interesting to see what happens when he enters the
Peanut
fray.
face checking right into Someday and score. Verisol will come out, Peanut alive, but that is a couple of big ultimates forced out for the Tigers.
It's going to force a recall onto Peanut. Nothing can really happen right now, though. Neither team really in a position to take
Pretty
Baron.
lucky on that.
Yeah, indeed.
Fortunate. There we go. Very well timed. He knew that if he did face check into enemy champions, nothing would come of his untimely demise if he did die. So he picked that moment for that exact reason. But still good to see him survive. Tigers not losing anything off of that. They've lost a little pressure in the mid lane, but with the recall for Fly, they're going to get a little bit of that back. This will be a Rylai's if he wants to get it.
And it seems as though Someday just going to keep pushing in that bottom lane. Not really gaining too much from it, though. That's the only problem that I have with it. And now you can see that how far back Azir has to stand in order to really farm waves. And this is something I was talking about earlier, about raising that tier 1 mid tower against Azir. It really
Blue
makes
buff
him...
is here. Someday going in for the steal, and he's not going to get it. He might have bit off a little bit more than he can chew, quite literally. Someday, though, running back forward, avoids the stun, but walks right into the Verisol. He is a huge troll. Normally a bad thing, but now it's good, and he is good. So Meb, though, going deep for it, comes back in time and space, and the place for him is in the back of the team. Someday, still alive. The repel from Peanut coming back out. A lot of Azir Sand Soldier damage. Fly can't really get in there. He needs to retreat. The rest of them will. Tigers find a little bit of extra damage. Wait, what? Score over the wall?
I don't think Peanut wanted to go for that
Yeah.
anyway.
I
It's
was
actually
waiting for it.
amazing how tanky Someday is in these games. I feel like, you know, there's probably some people watching that are like, when I play Trundle, I'm not this tanky.
Double offensive items, too, in the Iceborne Gauntlet
Yeah.
and Ravenous Hydra. I guess Iceborne's a hybrid defense-offense item.
Here's
Ace in the
Someday.
hole. Whoa, not spell shielded there on Prey. I think he'd already used that. Pillar catches Kuro. But no picks just yet.
Nothing's going to come from it.
Smite on the Raptor to give that razor-sharp buff to Peanut.
And a pause. Tiger's probably pausing the game saying, I don't think he's supposed to be that tanky.
It's like, wait a second. We know
I
Someday
think we should have just
died
killed
there.
him just now.
Like, I did a lot of damage. He should not be able to do that. So, do you have a little bit of a pause here? Time to kill some time. It's a 26-minute game with only 4 kills, LS.
It looks like Prey must be having some sort of a problem.
I think he's having some issues with not getting MVP that last game. It's kind of interesting to see great performances from both, Prey and Arrow. Game 1, Game 2, both getting MVPs. Now it's Game 3. One more chance for Peanut to steal another pentakill.
Yeah. Or one more chance to throw at Baron.
Oh, that is true. Baron,
That's,
the great equalizer. You have teams like SKT up at the top of the standings, teams like Longzhu and CJ kind of struggling down towards the bottom, and then there's Baron Buff. And Baron Buff is like, he's the socialist of Summoner's Rift. He's just like, let me just make this game even for everybody. It doesn't matter how good you are, how bad you are. You go to Baron, and then you just...
All right, well,
make
we
that
saw that last game, though.
Yeah, you make that sub-sun face, which I can't do while I hold the microphone, but there's anything can happen, LS. We saw that Game 2, possibility for Game 3. Looks like we're having some problems with communication software for both teams, trying to get everybody in the game and in a place where they can hear each other. Communication somewhat effective. I have less communication now because I did lose my phone on the way to the studio today, so we'll be looking forward to a super exciting evening for me after the series. But as far as the series is concerned, do want to have the players as able to communicate with each other as possible. So that is what we are currently waiting for.
Well,
been casting for about 5 years, and usually when it's online, you can just say, all right, let's just throw it a commercial break and then snap it right back to the game. But this is actually live, so we get to stare at Prey's lovely face and see exactly how happy he is about having communication issues. So keeping it happy, and I actually really love that about the Tigers. They have always been able to keep their mentality good. No mental booms for them. Lots of big smiles. even from like Peanut in their series versus SKT, where they're just getting rolled.
He is always smiling.
He's always smiling. He's got that RNA hashtag, putting it to maximum use. Nice to see. Keeping their mentality, their attitude up and ready to go. Still questioning kind of their decision to keep Kuro in for this game. Cry's performance in game 1 was exceptional. Well, not exceptional. He just
I don't
looked
think
solid.
Kuro's
Like,
actually performing that bad, but still just overall, I feel
Kuro got
he's
a
underwhelming relative to Cry.
Right. He got a lot of flack early on for his lackluster Azir performances at the same time where Faker was just winning every single game by picking Azir over and over again. And I feel like people downgraded Kuro a little bit. They're like, oh, well, you can't play Azir. He's this top tier mid lane pick, and that really hurts your champion pool. And Rox Tigers weren't, like, they still believe in him, but they picked up Cry, and I really like how much they're giving him sort of his easy Hoon performance. There's like, hey, you can play this champion very well. Happens to still be Azir, and even though he didn't play Azir in game 1, his LeBlanc looked great. He played aggressive mid laners. I want to see more of those. As great as watching Victor double laser to wave clear the wave is, nice to see some aggression here. We're seeing a lot of that here in game number 3 from Kuro. Someday also on the aggression, always going in and somehow surviving. How does it work? Who knows? Is it real? Is it fake? Someday, putting up a big performance here in the top lane for KT. Now that we're back in the game, LS, where are both of these teams at as far as their objectives, their win conditions?
Well, gold-wise, the game looks very even, right? But the one thing you have to remember is the Tigers have 2 Inferno Drakes. So that just keeps piling up.
And those have gold value too.
Well, of course they do. Now, the Wind Dragon gold value might be like 10, but the Inferno Drakes, now that there's 2 of them, their gold value is probably sitting at somewhere between 1,000 to around maybe 1,700, depending on what champion you're looking at. Right. And it looks like the Water Dragon will be the final dragon, so not really a victory for either team. Whoever does capture it, not going to be the end of the world. But Tigers is in a pretty demanding spot right now to take this game, and they're poised to do so because right now KT doesn't have an answer to Kuro's arrows.
Kuro's arrows, disgustingly strong at this point. He has that last whisper completed. Not quite. It's a shadow of its former self. It's like they went from like a compound bow to a recurve bow. Just not quite as great. Although I think that actually looks like a compound bow in the picture. Cannot distinguish that. Either way, a lot of damage there. Prey using that on the hunt. Does not want to overextend here. A great rotation from KT down from the top. Smeb will teleport into a trap. He's still going in. A big stun there. Lands on to score. And Someday is so tanky with that ultimate ace in the hole blocked out by Gorilla, who's going to take a little bit of Sand Soldier damage. We're running back away to the back-to-fight poke coming out from Kuro. Can Tigers get into this? Do they need to? Just going to go for the dragon instead.
And basically, this dragon is just novelty for the Tigers if they manage to get it. Someday is doing such
that's a rough spot. Turns out parallel convergence is as painful as it sounds. Parallel lines never intersect. Saying they converge means something is wrong, and what was wrong that time, Someday caught in the middle of it. So not a great place for him to be. He dies, so does the Ocean Drake, which will go over to the Tigers.
Yeah, now 4 dragons over for the Tigers. They are wishing this was a few patches ago, so they could be waiting on their 5th Drake, but not going to be the case this time. So there's going to be 1 more dragon to spawn before the Elder Dragon spawns, and it looks like the Tigers are trying to bulldoze down the tier 2 mid, and I think they're going to.
Nice poke damage, zoning out here from Kuro. He can pop that Yo moves just to be extra annoying. Turret actually is saved by scoring the rest of KT, coming up to defend it. Score very far forward. Dodges out that cocoon, and Rox, or rather the Tigers, who are still using the Rox tag. I want to see them use like the new Tigers tag, like Tig.
Tig?
That's what they have to use, right? Tig?
Tig? Like Tigger? What, is it Tigger?
The Rox Tiggers.
Yeah.
Big fan of Tiggers. Tiggers are wonderful things.
Okay.
Nice try, Prey. Missing out
I've
on
actually
the
seen this a
space
few
shield.
times this game.
Yeah, where he like tries to spell shield, the big ult coming in, and he's like, wait a second. Little to the left, man. He's on that new 80 carry diet where they get less of everything. So he's a little bit thinner, can't block the projectiles.
looks like the Tigers just basically taking their time now to clear out all sorts of vision and make sure that they are lined up to take a Baron. They might even go for it right here.
Oh man, they are.
Wow.
Those extra Inferno Drakes doing so much damage. No Mountain Drakes for extra damage to objectives, but they've just got the damage itself. And the Tigers will actually snare out Score towards the side. Smeb going in onto it. Does he want to continue this chase? Might get a little bit overextended. Takes half his health and damage, but the Baron buff is secured for the Tigers. Oh, Cocoon lands on the fly again.
Yeah,
That is
that's
an
just
AP
some
of
poke damage.
3-0 Peanut. We haven't shouted him out yet this game. He has always been known as this aggressive carry jungle champion for the team. And oh, Smeb, Arrow, what are you doing? A nice trap to be put out there, just layering these traps over and over again, but he will be converged on parallelly. Smeb with a solo kill. Bottom lane, Someday getting caught out. I'm just going to let the
Everything
crowd do the
is
talking
falling
here.
apart, and if you would have told someone that the Tigers were the ones having communication errors,
no one believed you from watching
no one
those
believed you
plays.
from watching KT.
We're going to see this
Indeed.
replay on the bottom half of the map. Someday just gets caught recalling.
Yeah, and Kuro just able to actually ignore Trundle's damage, surprisingly.
Yeah, he just stands there. He's like, hey, I'm a squishy poke champion. Just kidding.
Turns out you're not that tanky, actually, when one of the real damage dealers is around.
Going in for the catch on Hachani and Fly. Fly will take a lot of damage. He
that's
does
not the
push.
way.
No. That was supposed to go the opposite direction. Prey, the one to pick up the kill, and Hachani, not long for this world. An ult to drop turret aggro, leaves it to Gorilla, and the Tigers find dives across the map for
Everything.
what is an unofficial ace. But the base is the real worry here for KT. They're going to lose a lot.
They're going to lose everything. Top inhibitor definitely going to go down. Kuro probably going to go down. Yeah, he's going down.
I'm not sure where Kuro was going there.
You know what, though? That's completely fine. He busted open that lane and got the tower. So a death for a tower
And Rocks
doesn't
are
really
still
matter.
able to take a bunch of objectives. 2 base turrets, 1 inhibitor, and they're still pushing in here for the mid, even though they don't have their mid lane. Both mid laners dead for now. Let's see if they can take that one down. And they do. Game 3. This is Rocks just saying, I don't know, like, welcome to the party, pal. We can play this too.
Yeah.
Yes, I did just
And
quote
now they're just
Die
going to back off. And what I would like to see is if Smeb just gets a Guardian Angel, I think this game actually just ends completely. Not that it isn't probably already over. 9k gold lead here for the Tigers. Next dragon coming up. This isn't the Elder Dragon, so it's not going to be the Exodia for the Tigers here. So KT technically not completely out of the game, but it's a long shot for them to win this.
Prey getting a red buff, the strong gets stronger. Kuro coming out of base with a completed Lord Dominic's Regard, Youmuu's Ghostblade, Muramana, and now looking for Black Cleaver, I guess is his next item. Oh, wait, that's not Black Cleaver. It is a different item that is escaping my mind.
Looks like they're just clearing out this wave. Now, it's really good here that the Tigers are shoving in this wave pre-Dragon. This basically means that the KT is just not going to have any vision at all leading into that Dragon Pit or through their red side jungle.
Arrow narrowly missing Arrow, and now trying to come in with a parallel convergence, not overextending. Smeb, it's that a couple of times in this series where he's gone a little bit too deep, but staying back for now. Prey, Kuro, just content to push in. Oh, my. Every time Kuro throws out an arrow, I just get scared because it is so difficult. Top inhibitor, mid inhibitor, they're both down for KT, and this Azir turret will fall as well. Arrow getting some of that ricochet damage down onto, wow, Hachani gets exploded, and the final inhibitor will fall. Miss on the Varus ultimate there for Prey, or for Kuro rather, and the Tigers push in with all 3 inhibitors down. How good are your Sand Soldiers? Fly and Score actually on top of that Lamb's Respite. They're going to push the entirety of Rocks underneath these double Nexus turrets, but isn't enough. Someday getting tethered up, he's trying to run away as Arrow and Score fight back onto their fountain for KT. Tigers pushing in. I think they know they've got this. Score very low. The dive on the fountain will kill Peanut, but Kuro with a snipe for a 5-man ace.
And the Tigers is too far ahead, so it doesn't matter. And once that Azir turret fell, they just took the opportunity. Hachani fell, which was a key component into resisting that final push, and they just couldn't do it. So the Tigers showing up big again in Game 3, and look at how happy Peanut is.
How happy?
He is like the son from the Teletubbies.
He is. He's also like not, you'd think he's like, 14, 15, not actually that young, and he's got the deepest voice I have ever heard. He is.
His voice does not match his face.
Definitely not, but a great guy, a great team, all smiles for the Rocks Tigers, and some incredibly happy fans sitting out in the Nexon Arena audience. Absolutely insane to see the amount of support here for the Tigers, and for KT. A little bit lower on their stock. They came into a what was already going to be a difficult series. We were unsure which Rocks Tigers were going to show up, but they did show up in a big way in Game 1, came back in Game 3. And
I think KT is now sitting at exactly 50% win, even though they're down in series.
That is true. They are now sitting at a 5-5 game score with a down in series score 2-3 or 2-2 now.
So it's pretty good. I mean, Tigers, again, one of their series losses are to SKT.
Same thing for Rocks.
Right.
Or for
so
KT.
Without that, I mean, Rocks is looking like they are still the second strongest team in LCK Summer.
Peanut is making a very emphatic point. He's like, guys, I was so good. Did you see those cocoons? I'm the greatest. Actually, it was pretty good there. Wouldn't be surprised to see him get MVP. Let's see a pretty good performance by Kuro in the mid lane on Varus. Those Inferno Drakes helping all the way.
Definitely going to be Kuro or Peanut for Game 3. I don't know. I feel like Kuro's arrows were a lot more of a deciding factor in a lot of those fights. I would honestly be impressed if he doesn't get the MVP that game.
Could also see maybe Smeb with an MVP. I don't know, it'd be an outside outlier, but it does look like we will be having that MVP come up on your screen here in just a second. We should also be having interviews with two of our players coming up here in just a second. But yeah, in the end, you can see the looks on the KT players' faces. They're not all smiles. For an organization that was projected by almost every coach in LCK to be one of the top 2 teams this season, they have been a little bit lackluster. Also one of the only teams that does not have a substitute roster. Only those 5 players play every single game, and you could see the advantages that Rocks Tigers got from having Cry in there to start in Game 1 and then sub out for Kuro in Games 2 and 3.
Also, I think it's important to note that for Score, who plays so many carry junglers, his damage participation is relatively low.
Go ahead, check out that damage participation. Kuro, insane. Another great Varus game. And Flyman, what's up with those damage numbers? 12,000 on Azir, one of the lowest.
And there's that damage on Arrow that I was talking about. That was a completely compromised Caitlyn for the entire game. And credit to Prey and Gorilla for making that happen in that 2v2.
Well, equal credit on the other side. Someday had a huge advantage over Smeb, and he put that to work. Most damage on his team from Trundle. Might could have gone a little bit tankier and survived a few more times, but he was getting in there. He was dealing damage. He was being aggressive when the rest of his team just didn't have the damage. He was their damage. So
Someday
check out
poised.
our Sotokong IB MVP. It's top lane Smeb. Hey man, 1, 2, and 9, 77% kill participation. That is a C. Unacceptable, but good enough for it.
I mean, I don't think that it was necessarily a bad performance by Smeb, but for the first early to mid half of the game, he was one of the... Now, he did have that really impressive play in top lane.
Right.
But he was the reason they were behind early. And he did salvage some things, but I don't feel like Echo was the reason or anything that he did. I mean, he even had that teleport play in the Tribush where he lost half of his HP, and then Someday got a little too ballsy and ended up getting lit up. I don't know if I agree with this MVP.
It was a
good, all right.
It was a good call, and I think it's fair to say that when your team wins, everyone does well, and it's good to see.
락스타이거즈와 KT 롤스터 오늘의 승자는 락스타이거즈가 2대1로 승리를 거뒀습니다. 오늘 경기 승리로 이끈 MVP 선수들 만나보겠습니다. 만나보시죠.
Let's start things out with an interview.
네, 1세트 MVP 프레이 선수 만나보겠습니다. 축하드립니다.
안녕, 감사합니다.
많이 힘드시죠? 지금 오늘 이번 시즌 첫 MVP 받으셨어요. 소감이 어떠세요?
사실
She's saying this
좀
is the first time he got MVP this season.
MVP를 받기 힘든 메타라고 생각을 하는데
And he's saying that the meta is really difficult right now for AD Carry
첫
to
MVP만큼
get
기분이
MVP.
좋네요.
So
네,
that's why
우리
it's the
첫
first time he's
MVP
just
첫
getting it now.
인터뷰잖아요, 저랑. 그쵸? 마이크 조금만 더 가까이
아,
해주시면
네네,
목소리가 더 잘 들릴 것
Put the mic
같아요.
closer to his mouth
1세트 확실히 승기를
so
잡았기
they can be
때문에
heard better.
2세트에서 아쉽게 패배했어도 이렇게 오늘 승리를 가져갈 수 있었던 것 같아요. 1세트 운영이 굉장히 특별했어요. 르블랑이 처음에 미드를 갔는데
He's saying this is the
바텀에서
first time that
이득을
LeBlanc came out
거두고
for Cry.
다시 르블랑이 원딜러랑 만라인을 섰어요. 그리고 루시안이 미드를 갔어요. 이런 운영은 어떻게
And they're
나온
talking about the
건가요?
lane swap that they did where Lucian in the bot lane went mid lane and LeBlanc was sent into bot lane.
때문에 그러니까 르블랑을 바텀에 보내서 좀 더 압박을 주려고 했었고요. 근데 좀 스노우볼을 더 빨리 굴릴 수 있었는데
They were talking about how they wanted to
천천히
snowball the
굴러간
game
것
even
같아서 조금
faster.
아쉽긴 해요.
And so that's why they
그만큼
did that lane
침착하게
swap
경기를 했기
to
때문에
probably
승리를
just
거둘
put
수
Azir
있었던 것
further behind.
같은데 이즈는 거의 아사를 했습니다. 1세트에서 많이 슬펐어요. 마지막에 이 억제기까지 밀고 바텀에서 한타. 루시안이 궁극기를 정말 축포처럼 쏘아 올리셨는데 그때 부스 안의 분위기는 어땠나요?
솔직히 말해서 펜타킬 각이 보였는데
They're talking
맞아요,
about the kill
보였어요.
at the very end of the
외치지는
game.
않았어요 펜타킬을. 근데 진짜 막타면 어떻게든 이렇게 쪽쪽 이렇게 치려 그랬는데
네.
거기서 이제 왕호가 실수로 킬을 하나 먹어가지고
Talking
조금
about the
원망스러우셨나요?
pentakill escaped him.
근데 뭐
In the final
특히
fight there.
뭐라고 하지 않고 그냥 그 자리에서 그냥 되게 소리 질렀던 것 같아요. 그냥 왕호한테.
자 이제 네.
네, 그랬던 것 같아요.
네, 이제 3강이
He,
조금 오늘 경기로
yelled
이제
at
바뀔
Peanut
것
for taking that
같아요.
kill away from him.
삼성과 SK 그리고 락스
In the final
이렇게
fight
좀
there.
각축전을 벌이게 될 것 같은데 사실 KT와는 오랜 라이벌 관계였잖아요. 이제 KT는 라이벌로 생각하지 않으시나요? 어떠신가요?
그래도
They've had
저희가
a long rivalry with
2대 0으로
KT,
되게
so
쉽게
she's asking if they still
게임도
consider
아니고 좀
themselves
비슷하게 하다가
rivals.
이겼다고 생각을 하고요. 아직 쉽게 볼 상대는 아니라고
And it was
생각을
a
해요.
tight match today.
시즌 초반이다 보니까 저희도 열심히 해서 좋은
So
성적
he's
내도록
saying that
노력해야죠.
KT wasn't an
네,
easy
다음
opponent
CJ전도
for
좋은
them.
모습 기대하겠습니다. 오늘 승리 축하드립니다.
Doesn't feel that comfortable. And,
네, 이렇게 해서
thanks for praying.
1세트에서 큰 활약을 보여준 프레이 선수까지 만나봤고요. 마지막 세트 MVP 선수까지 만나보겠습니다.
Now saying that the final game
네, 스맵 선수
MVP.
안녕하세요.
안녕하세요.
So here's Smeb.
네, 저와 첫 인터뷰네요.
네.
소감이 어떠신가요?
사실 3세트
how he feels about the
MVP 절대
victory.
못 받을 줄 알았거든요. 그런데 이렇게 주셔서 좀 떨떠름해요. 네.
그러면 스맵 선수는 3세트 MVP 누가 혹시 받을 거라고
And Smeb saying that
생각하셨나요?
actually he's really surprised he got the MVP
피넛
for the third
선수나
set.
쿠로 선수가 받지 않을까 생각 중이었어요.
And Smeb is
바루스도
saying that
확실히
maybe
좋은 모습을
Peanut or
보여줬는데
Kuro
바루스를
should
픽한
have gotten
이유에
the
대해서 좀
MVP.
여쭤봐도 될까요? 바루스가 확실히 KT에게 좀 카운터픽이다 이런 얘기도 있는데 그래서 KT전 마지막 세트에서 뽑아 드신 건지 아니면 그냥 포킹 조합이 자신이
They're talking
있으셔서
about the
뽑아
Varus
드신 건지
counterpick in the
궁금하거든요.
final set.
일단 바루스라는 챔프를 일단 쿠로 형이 굉장히 잘 다루는 편이고
Saying that Kuro is
일단
really
뭐,
good at Varus.
네, 그 포킹 조합도 저희가 워낙 자신 있어 하는 조합이라서 네, 뽑게 됐던 것
Saying that
같아요.
using the poking was a
사실
really
스맵
good
선수가
method in
챔프
order
폭이
to
좀 좁다
secure the
이런
win.
얘기들이 조금씩은 나오고 있어요. 오늘도 1, 2, 3세트 모두 에코를 써서 물론 좋은 모습 보여주셨지만 아무래도 이런 우려를 좀 날리기 위해서 깜짝 챔프가 하나 정도는 나와야 하지 않을까 이런 생각이 들어요. 준비하고 계신 챔프가 있나요?
이번에 또 그 6.11
she's asking
패치에서
if
좀
there's any
많이
other champions that are
탑에
prepared
좀
to
많이
really go up
변화가
against Echo in
있거든요.
the
그래서
future.
좀 재밌는 챔피언들이 많이 나올
He's
것
saying
같아요.
that
네, 앞으로 기대해봐도 좋겠네요.
네,
after
기대해
the
주세요.
patch,
네, 마지막으로
there's going to be a lot of
팬들께
new
말씀해 주시죠.
champions that are coming out.
네,
And he thinks that it'll be
이렇게
really
좀
fun.
썸머 시즌 이렇게 작년도 그렇지만 이번 해도 이제 좀 시작부터 우여곡절이 좀 있는 것 같은데 그래도 마음 잘 잡고 기세 잘 타서 네, 좋은 모습 보여드리겠습니다. 감사합니다.
And
네,
he's saying
스맵
that there's a lot of
선수
up and downs in
축하드립니다.
this summer season so far.
감사합니다.
네, 이렇게 해서
And
3세트
they
MVP
had some
스맵 선수까지
trouble last
만나봤습니다.
year.
오늘 경기 결과가 반영된
But,
순위
They're hoping
살펴보겠습니다.
that they're going to do really
자,
well this
오늘
season.
경기로 인해서
And they are
they're
improving
feeling
their
good.
standings, so up to third place in the standings currently, right behind SK Telecom. But with Samsung Galaxy at first place, I think that's the big surprise for this season, how well they're performing.
And the next match, which will be tomorrow, is ESC Ever versus Longzhu Gaming.
We can see if Longzhu can take themselves out of dead last, get themselves their first series win.
Yeah.
That'll be coming up. Of course, next week we will have our patch 6.11.
Yeah, so get ready to see some Aurelia and some Jax because that is infesting the ladder right now.
And that's going to do it for tonight's broadcast. Hope you guys enjoyed this Spo TV presentation of KT Rolster versus the Rocks Tigers. It's definitely back and forth, some ups and downs for both teams. Game 2 especially, so cool to see how good the Rocks Tigers were at team fighting, but just ultimately unable to pick up the win. It just goes to show that like you can be incredibly good at what you do, but the decision making is ultimately what decides the game. And it
That's
did.
how it is. So we'll see. I'm excited to see Rocks continue for the remainder of this split, and we'll see what happens when they collide with SKT again.
That is true. I'm looking forward for the revenge set. That's always super hype, where you complete the first half of the round robin, and then you get to play each other again. Because then you really get to see how the teams have transformed over the course of the season.
And the meta will be really different.
Oh, that is true. Yeah, a lot of patches left to come this season in our preparation for Worlds. So SKT still looking dominant. Samsung looking great. I'm excited for tomorrow's series. See where Ever is. They've kind of had some ups and downs themselves, so definitely excited to see them back out on Summoner's Rift. But this will be our last broadcast here from this studio. Looking forward to seeing the rest of the games this week and coming back to see you guys again next week. So any final words before we close this out, LS?
No, just thanks everyone that's watched and supported Spo and Rapid and I so far, and
Big
hope that you
fans
enjoyed
of
the
you all.
cast.
I'd make a heart with my hands, but I'd drop the mic at the same time, so you get like, we could do like the Ginyu Forest heart. But that's going to do it for us tonight. Thanks for watching, everyone. We'll see you next week. Have a good night.
Only we could turn back time.